Back to the timeless opening tune of Caesar. Let's take a moment to appreciate the music in this game. I've listened to the only 5 to 7 minute looping tracks of Caesar for hundreds of hours of my life, and I never, ever get bored of it. It's not music that makes me bob my head to how good it is, but it is there, and it is fitting for the game, and it's not something that ever makes me fatigued. If I can make a comparison for something that it does, take Europa Universalis 5's music. I don't think it's very good outside of 1 or 2 tracks, and those tracks are fatiguing, because they play no matter what's going on in the game. So you could be in the middle of absolute peacetime, and then you're getting "War is Salvation" screamed down your ears. Lost technology in game. The music in this game is probably one of the best soundtracks in any game ever, says Palmar. Not the best of the best, but I've literally never muted it. Yeah, likewise. That said, best of the best. Donkey Kong Country 2 makes a pretty strong argument on that front. Alright, let's get started with this then. It is a brand new map for Caesar 3. This one comes from Palmar, who we can see in chat, Palmar01. I don't know, maybe Palmar00 was taken. This is Vast Oasis, so what's going on? We've got the latest dispatch from Toga Boy at our fingertips. What's going on here, sir? Ave Governor, it seems like exile did not diminish you. I am told through gritted teeth that the gods themselves have taken an interest in you. How irritating. I will not contend with whatever divine whim has led you back from your galley duty. You may found your city, but understand this in my wisdom. I have chosen the site. You will build at the empire's edge, where the land is jagged, the soil resents the touch of a plow. My surveyors and sisters in Oasis, water aplenty, but I know the truth. Brings to mind the poem of the mariner, water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. The locals, I'm told, are industrious, particularly with axes. There is a strong likelihood they will object quite forcefully to your expansion into what they consider to be their sacred land. Perhaps if your divine patrons remain attentive, trade routes will appear. Caravans may find you. Opportunity may bloom where it has no right to. As for me, I'll be offering my own prayers that such blessings never find you. So go, build your city, test your fortune against the land and its people. We'll see whose faith is stronger. Sincerely, Toga Boy. At least he's speaking from the heart here. Alright, he does have a bit of heart here. He's giving us some hints about the land that he's assigned to us. There are 4 invasion points. They're marked with roads, which is a very nice thing to do. Leaving your player guessing where the invasion points might be is a bit... It can be good, especially when it's a large open area with a lot of edge land. But here you're told outright where they are, and they don't originate from the entry and exit point. Very nice. Always a horrific surprise when they do. You have limited time to make as much money as possible before expanding your city to meet the necessary requirements, and there are 2 enemy types. Never normally see this note. I take that to mean that there are local uprisings, which you get no warning about, and the main enemy army, which you do get a 3-year warning about. And there's Palmar signing off, saying that comments are appreciated for balance purposes. Palmar does go to their way to balance their maps, and there have been changes along the way. There's no cheating water. There's a story about that one. Missed a secret water spot. Altered the population goal. Thank you, Blobber. Blobber has played this. I haven't seen that. Was it done on stream? Always a pleasure to find out that a Caesar 3 run that I do also has somebody else that's already run it, so I have something to enjoy watching once I'm finished. Excellent. Yeah, so about that secret water spot, I got an update just this morning, I think, or somewhere in the middle of the night. I don't know where Palmar's time zone is. I had a look at this when I was setting up the stream, Mark IV, and I was going, water seems scarce. Look at this. Look at this. There we go. We can have water here and water here. And then I mentally built up a design whilst I was in bed. As in, instead of sleeping, I was thinking about how I would design a city about this, when I've got a staggering 2 water sources. But I did send this picture to Palmar saying, is this intentional? Yeah, this bottom one feels a bit, yeah. And then promptly I get Mark V. Seems to be some water missing here, sir. Please, sir, I'd like some more. So about this map, it seems like we only get one source of water, and that is right here. That is a problem, because this is also where we could only ever do some trading. The only space for a dock is here. There's actually dock space here, but we have been told that we have limited time to make as much money as possible, which I take to mean there's going to be something that stops me trading with these natives. Knowing that it's a Palmar map, it's probably an earthquake here or here, more than likely here to stop this being used for a dock. Maybe. Anyway, this could be used as a dock. And rather interestingly, the dock breaks the stairway. I don't know what long-term issues this would have, but if you tried to build, say, a bathhouse here, the stairway would block you. But the dock does not. I should check and see if that's a Julius issue or a Vanilla Caesar issue. But yeah, you cannot normally build on these. Very strange. So, we've got the natives here who are most definitely there for trading. We get a mission post, so I suspect the idea is very quickly you sell them as much as you can, and then when you cannot, you have to transition to taxes, lickety-spit. Let's have a look at the map. So here's the first invasion point, very, very close to where the water and or dock is going to go. Large, safe, buildable area here. There are the occasional Marocs around here to make it a little more interesting, shall we say, to build up an otherwise lovely city. Lots of arable land, more than I was expecting. But in terms of buildable land, a lot of this is kind of awkward. Again, there are the bloody one-tile desert rocks in my way. This is rather... Whoops, don't want to do that. This is rather narrow for building anything of note up on. The water is here just to tease you, I believe. None of this water is actually usable. We can even check that. It's okay, I'll be reloading the map, so don't worry about any expenses used here. Chunk. Ah yes, the untouched nature of the desert and its many natural staircases. I don't think I've ever been to a desert, so couldn't tell you. Doesn't seem like my kind of place. Seems like anti-Scotsman area. Yeah, so the little bits of water here are just to tease you. To say what could have been. You could have had your Romans drinking this disgusting little puddle water, but Romans are incapable of destroying a single one-tile stone to get access to vital stuff, so all the water needs to be routed from here, meaning that this wonderful dock location is something you can temporarily use, maybe? But if you don't have reservoir water, you're limited to well water, and that severely limits how much you can build up your houses. The best you can do with well water is a large shack, and those can only reach prosperity 20, I believe, and the prosperity goal is 90, so we definitely are limited on our dock stuff here. Otherwise, how's the map look? We can undo what we just did with deleting everything there. There's an invasion point here, so 4 invasion points. 1, 2, 3. Now that's quite nice because they're all fairly far to the north, but then there's number 4 down here. I don't know if this one would only be used for local barbarians, you know, the sudden uprisings you have no warning for, but either way, you're going to need to catch them there. This is too close to the underbelly of the city, so I think it actually necessitates 2, maybe 3 forts here, and then you could have the other forts somewhere like here to catch this invasion and these invasions, and then you try and condense your city around the south. Don't know, don't have a plan for this anymore now that the so-called cheating water has been capped off. Do the stairs come back when you deconstruct the dock? You know what, I've never thought to check. We're at the start here, we can do weird and wonderful things. So there's the dock on top of the staircase. The staircase appears to have disappeared, but I think it still exists. Because look, the road still connects into it. Normally a road would look like that, but I think it's going into the... Yeah, it's going into the stairway, but now the stairway's doing weird things. Doesn't count as a road connection for the dock, though, so it wouldn't work there. But if we get rid of the dock... Okay, the stairs are visually dead, but they do still exist. The roads are going into them. Guess there's an easy way to check now, isn't there? We can slam a prefect here. We'll slam some houses here and see what happens. Yeah, there we go. The stairs still function, it's just graphically they're dead. Wonderful. The more you learn in this game. Always something new I learned playing Caesar 3. Just when you think you know the game inside out. The magic Roman stairs are at it again. Might need some magic Roman water here. Right, so the land we're building on is more than a little awkward, but Palmar is feeling extremely generous because he has given me local wheat. Oh my days, it feels like an aeon since I last had access to local wheat, especially on a desert or central map where it grows twice as fast as other types of food, so it's an extremely dense source of feeding my people. Fish would be even more dense, especially with the fishing points being here and here, but there's no good access for wharves, and of course we don't have access to wharves, so too bad for us. So yes, we can get local wheat and local fruit. In fact, we can grow everything possible. Well, no, that's not true. 2 food types and olives and vines, but still that's pretty good. Can't grow vegetables, we can't grow capybaras. So yeah, even though the land isn't totally lush with arable land, there's plenty of it. Here, here, and here. I'm not sure this northern one's going to be used too much, but it's kind of alcoved here in a way that's somewhat safe, especially if I put the legions around here. The legions of steel. Okay. I need to hatch a plan for building here because my previous plan got dashed by the update. There's arable land here, but it seems very risky to use given the existence of invasion points here and here, unless you flip the idea of how you build the city on its head. But I feel like the south is just generally better. So we start out with 4,500 dinero, which is not too shabby. I've certainly been left with a lot worse. I think the lowest I've ever had to start a map with was, I think, 600 denarii from Pepper, in a severely misguided idea of difficulty. These naval trading partners are only good early, and then later on they're going to be completely useless because I won't be able to keep a dock. Rather frustratingly, Carthago Nova sells me vegetables. That's the 3rd food type, and it is the only 3rd food type available. Since I'm left with 2 options. Either I stockpile a lot of vegetables and use them to make better quality housing towards the end, but then I run the risk of vegetables running out, and I won't be able to get more. Or we just ignore vegetables and we limit our housing to large villa. Large villa is not my favourite kind of patrician housing. It's not very good, but it's a damn sight better than small and medium villas. But without a 3rd food type, that's as high as you can go, so I guess that's where we are limited to. I had a plan in my head that revolved around having access to medium palaces, but unfortunately there is no way to import a 2nd type of wine here, so that is also not possible. Toga Boy knows how much he gives you. Either he gets a new slave with some return on his investment, or he gets a prosperous city. Do I really return on investment by being a single, nameless, faceless galley rower? And the galley union must be strong if we've got that kind of value. Bearing in mind, even under extremely heavy taxation, a household of 80 people isn't even going to pay 100 denarii in a year. Peace of mind is priceless. I can escape Caesar's galleys. Okay, so the trading situation here is that I could sell a butt ton of wine. The weapons and pottery are a bit more nebulous because I'd have to import iron and import clay to sell those, although I could. And then there's Carthago Nova, who will buy oil. I think the big features here are selling wine and oil for outrageous prices until I transition to using proper water and taxing my people. Which is probably a very good idea to do. There's arable land here and there's arable land here. I think I would use the northern stuff here. So in my head, I would get a little bit of wheat and a lot of olives and vines. Have some people living here, but I don't want to slum it up. I'll do a very, very rare, possibly never done before thing, and actually have some shacks here. And the shacks will drive the industry. And then the industry goes down to the docks and gets sold, and also goes down to these people. Although they should also buy marble, because we have local trading for marble via Tingis. And volubilis seems almost superfluous, except to give me timber, which is necessary for furniture. Watering the tents. Who are you and what do you do with Jake? Well, there's the important thought that we might be stuck with shacks for a while, because there's no way to give them reservoir water without losing the dock. So it's probably better to set it up such that I can have them ready to be turned into better housing once we make enough money on trade. Now, our time limit is surprisingly generous, 420 months. Personally, I would have skimmed that way down so that the player is forced to start building up prosperity earlier. But that's Palmar's decision, not mine. Because as it stands now, I could spend like even 10 years making vast sums of money selling stuff through the dock. Yeah, maybe I would if there's no real time pressure for it, but maybe there's more than meets the eye here. I'm not entirely sure. For example, what if some trade routes get completely cut off? Well, that surely wouldn't happen, because the only thing... Hold on. I just noticed something that I don't like. Okay, whew. I thought my only source of wood was here, but no, as I mentioned before, Volubis gives me the wood. So our local materials are thus. We can grow just about anything, and we produce our own local marble. But in order to get high-level housing, we're going to need clay from Tingis to make pottery, and we're going to need the wood from Volubis to make furniture. But with all of that, we can get all the way up to large villa. We don't need Carthagonova. Although Carthaginova's vegetables would get me grand villas. We can't keep that route open. So what I'm reckoning is that I need a lot of people in really rather quickly, and I'm all the happier to have the merger map mode for that. Oh, that's going to be handy. And we're going to use this area to make our first settlement. It's nice and close to the entry point, so we get immigrants nice and fast. I will flood this with large shacks, which will necessitate these wells, of course. And yes, we'll grow wheat to feed them, olives and vines to make the goods for export. But the most important thing is we get the money going pretty much immediately. And to that extent, we're going to need to use this land. We have the missionary post, which I'll slam down there. That'll placate these natives, and these are the only natives on the map. Is that right? We'll see red tiles if there are other natives. Oh, there's a little helpful native here. But I see absolutely no reason to ever build on this land, so I shouldn't need to placate him. There is a roadway here, and we are told that roads indicate invasion points, but we're also told there's 4 of them. And if this were an invasion point, it wouldn't lead anywhere, so never mind that then. Yeah, I will probably exploit this and possibly this, because I can sell... How much marble a year? I forget if these guys buy 3 or 4 at a time. It's probably 3, right? 3, 12, 36. What's 4.8 into 36? I think it's 7. So I'll make a whole lot of marble quarrying over here. Send the marbles to the warehouse over here, which is going to need to ship bridge over. Ship bridge is expensive, you know. But I bet you do know. That'll pay for itself, though, quite easily. Do I really want to do it like that? Because it's going to be a little bit harder to get people over here. Ah, it's no big deal. Anyway, get the marble over there, and all is well. Which will necessitate a bit of road across here. Get rid of this nonsense. It's only going to get in my way. No need to preserve any of the trees around here because I can't make local wood. Gosh, that already cost me a ton of my money. Can't wait to see Caesar throw the cup soon. Yeah, he certainly will be. Some governors played without going into debt. That requires quite a bit of planning, though. Planning I'm not sure I'm capable of doing live on stream. Just thinking how best to place the marble quarries here. There definitely will be marble quarries here. They're going to run down here, I reckon. So, easy labor access, getting over here. Yeah. Part of me wonders if I shouldn't just put the warehouse somewhere over here. Saving me having to build any infrastructure over here whatsoever. I quite like that idea. Yeah, the warehouse can go here. Because otherwise it's going to be hard to get labor access to that. Or maybe even over here. Over here makes a lot more sense, actually, doesn't it? I think that guy can go blunk and blunk in plenty of time. You don't need to put it so close because he's still limited to 1 per month. Yeah, maybe there. It's about as close as I can reasonably do it. Don't worry about putting them down without fire protection or anything. They don't collapse and they don't catch fire. Sans adjacent buildings catching fire, that can be a bit of a pain. Okay, I see it all now. I believe I said I wanted 7 marble quarries, right? 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shouldn't be difficult to put them around here. And basically means there's going to be rhododendron coming out like so. Yeah, one way or another. Get the mining operation done here. Get some housing basically anywhere. Get it over there. Right, that's all well and good, but who's going to be actually mining out this stuff? We'll have labor access here, but this is where the bulk of our people are going to live. How exactly do I make a block here? Let's see, the food gets made over here. And I do want to feed these people, unthinkable though it may be. I have to keep in mind that the invasion point is right here, so I don't want to build too close to this area. So what's most likely is I have something like a granary over there. How far down does the farm come? Right, that's the closest bit of arable land right there. Okay. So I reckon it comes down to something like a granary here that then comes around this area. Sure, makes sense to me. Alright, keep it simple, stupid. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. I guess. And then it's going to loop back into wherever I smack the granary. Which is one of those cases of closer the better. How about here? Sometimes difficult to plan in your head how this stuff is going to look, but I have to do my best. We're going to have it one way or another, just have it there. The sooner I get the food, the sooner I can make these people evolve into something better than they should be. Desirability could be a problem. I don't have access to garden, but I do have access to plaza. Plaza is very, very strong for desirability because it's +4 when you're adjacent to plaza on your desirability, which is huge. Absolutely Xbox huge. Alright, I will first want labor access for these people. So first thing I'm going to do is put down a lovely place for them to get access. Struggle to see a reason not to just slam somebody down right here. That means this warehouse will almost certainly get access, although... yeah, no, that seems fine to me. Shunk. And these people are going to need access as well, and that's easily taken care of with you. So I'm going to put those down. I'm going to unpause for a moment to get our... whoa, too fast. Get our first walkers in.
I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
They'll move into these two, because that's the only place they can go, and then I'm going to start building up this. And if you haven't seen it on the previous stream, this is the merger map mode that was very recently patched in. And it allows us to see where we have merger tiles, and oh my days, it is wonderful. I like wonderful things. Although there's quite a lot of places that are unpleasant for this. Yeah, these blue squares means that you'll get a merger. if the northern tile of a 2x2 is on one of these blue bits. And we most certainly will have it on these blue bits. Okay, this gets right in the way of everything, but that's nary a problem. We're going to have whatever over here. This is a bit of a no man's zone. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That isn't, and that isn't, but that is fine, and that is fine. It speeds up this process, something wonderful. I should probably put you here as well. And then there's this asshole. Oh man, these freaking little Marocs getting in my way. I'll let them move in on their little 1x1s to a lot of them, but I'll finish them off later. I'll take care of you. Interestingly, that would work. So I'll make it work. Is that going to be enough? I'm going to want a lot of labor for a lot of industry early on. So I will actually go pretty ham on the amount of people that we have living here. Alright, that should be a-okay. Some of these are going to fade away if I don't give them a little crappy bit of road here and there. Because vacant plots that I'm putting down here will just disappear if they're not within 2 tiles of a road. It doesn't matter if the road makes sense or not, it just has to have a path that leads to the road to Rome. So this will be fine for now. I'll put in farms and stuff later on. For now, though, I need my initial people coming in, and they absolutely need fire protection. I'm putting the prefect right on top of this, and I'm putting another prefect right here, so that they absolutely walk around as much as possible. This road actually doesn't make any sense. There's no point in having it, so I'm going to get rid of it. Truth be told, I'd rather this road didn't exist. Could I instead do this? There we go. Just limit the amount of useless walking around over here. And since I'll probably forget it if I don't do it, let's make sure we get our doctor. And I'm going to need multiple prefectures here. I'll put one here, and one here. And engineer posts will prove vital as well. I'll put one here. And I'll put one... Don't quite want to put you there. Oh, that's a good point. Right there. The mod makes the map look worse. Yeah, it looks pretty bad like that, but we don't play it like that outside of finding our merger points, so we're okay. Well, I'm saying we're okay. These people are going to need desirability, and I do need to impress all of the gods, even Neptune. I can shun Neptune once I stop using this for trade, but we will be using it for trade for a little while. So, gods, 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 gods... Gods.
Could you spare a little bread? I haven't eaten for so long.
That sounds like a you problem, though. Womp womp womp. Alright, once I have some spare employment, we will begin digging out all the marble we can and selling it to the natives. It's 500 denarii to open up this trade route, but I see that there's an attack on its way already, so I actually need to get a military started quite quickly as well. Never rains, but it certainly pours, huh? Alright, get in here, you losers. As mentioned before, I'm going to need to well water them up, but I'm only interested in doing that once we have them merged, so let's get our first people in. Gosh, how am I still so low on people? There's a thought. Let's make sure the tax rate is 0. Don't want people scared off by my exorbitant tax rates. Although it's better to wait until all these are built up before I go for the merger, I still just want the mergers out of the way so I can water everything rapidly. The enemies are closing already. Ooh, oh dear. Good thing I didn't put a bet up for how long we're going to last on this map. No more invisible purple dots. They're still there, but there's no need for me to use them. And they only really appear when I drag this. Now I can see... Oh gosh, were there any there? Ah yes, there's one right there. Surely you can see that. I can. And you all mock my eyesight. So surely you can see it. Gosh, the immigrants are taking their time to come in. Come on in, lads. Lies. Would I lie to you? Right, the marble quarries must begin operation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Means these walkers have to go around a little bit longer, but that's their problem. They'll get in here. Let's make sure this place only accepts marble for now. And once we have some marble, we'll begin trading with the locals. The yokels. Get those wells set up. We're going to need them. Wells do not require labor, which is kind of nice. Should make sure this place is only accepting wheat. Most of my people will only be fed wheat on this map. There's no reason to give them anything better. Well, no reason that I can think of. Yeah, Caesar 3 day, it's a good day, says McCain. Well, I'm generally always happy to be playing some Caesar. The marble is already on its way. Yeah, if I played this... well, if I was so inclined, I could avoid going into debt here, but I don't see much of a good reason to. Caesar's offering me some bailout money. I should take it. Yeah, once I have more unemployment, which I already do, I need to start thinking about how I farm for my wheat. And I do want to feed these people. Fortunately, there's quite good labor access here. Okay. I don't hate this idea. Not just because it's my idea. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, whatever. That should give labor access and everything else access rather easily here. But let's just start getting this filled up with wheat. There we go, that shouldn't be too far away. But it's of vital importance this stuff doesn't burn down on us, so make sure there's a prefect there. The engineer may or may not go up this way. I guess I'll just put an emergency engineer there, just in case. So now the wheat grows, and the wheat grows oh so rapidly. It's wonderful. And they should get good labor access from this. Come on, it's August 1st year already. Caesar expects returns. Let's get that mission post slammed down. Let's open up that trade route with Volubus. And let's start saying that we will export all of the... Wait, what? That was the wrong trade route to open. It was Tingus I was meant to open. Oh well, Caesar's probably not going to be happy about this one.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
The emphasis on try. So filled with content.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Wasn't much of a bailout loan there, Toga boy. With any luck, I can drive my way out of debt here. Might take more than just luck, though. Well, the first load came and took my marble, but on reflection, I'm probably going to want even more marble. Yeah, well, as a wise man once told me, more is more. Hopefully they can get labor access there. Yeah, even more marble. For the marble gods, of course. Ah, Ceres is happy. Wait, what? Ah, the god effect's vengeful keeps resetting itself. Okay, it would be unfair to use that, so I'm going to delete these. Blunk. Wait, does that even make a difference? Oh, whatever. 3 of those won't make a difference. Oh, now I remember. That's what Pyre said. The patch makes the god effects reset themselves, so I need to remember to change that each time. Fortunately, Ceres' blessing is of very little consequence. What is the gimmick or lore of this map? There is only one source of usable water, and it's right here. Normally, I'm not a fan of putting my wheat farms quite far to the back, but it should be close enough to here, and I want the nice, desirable, fruity farms to be closer by. Come on, give me that marble. I don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year. Debt feels bad. I don't want to feel bad. I want to feel good. Because feeling good is good. Watering this rascal is probably going to necessitate migrating the engineer post, which I will do. Water, 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 water. Wells are undesirable neighbors for what it's worth. Not that undesirable, but still worth considering. Sometimes if you want to purposely lower desirability, you can use wells for that. Wells and prefects. This bugger's not quite happy. There we go. Alright. Unthinkable, but I've watered my plebes. And also unthinkable, we're not going to be in debt at the turn of the year, thanks to...
My governors think money grows on trees.
Thanks to the marble exports. There's the local trader. He's going to dig me out of debt. Oh, no, he gets beaten to the punch by the actual traders.
Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Thank you, Lucky. Alright, we are filling up with wheat, and I want to fill up these people's bellies, so let's get a market. A single market should take care of all of this, but it'll be a little bit slow. We're only embracing shack life for now, so it's not unthinkable to put down... No, one market will be fine. It's close enough to the granary that they'll get their food pretty quickly, and then they'll distribute it and all will be well. Got a lot of spare workers going, though, and a decent amount of dosh. So we need to start thinking about how exactly this works. How exactly does it work, actually? I think I need to branch off down here for another industrial district, which means all this connects, which is weird, but maybe not too weird. There's no incentive for me to connect this to this area, though. So the idea is the fruits grow here, they get processed here, and they get sold here. How does that work in practice? But if I want them to get labor access, I would kind of want them to walk this way. Alright, rethink this one. Excuse me. That's not a very large area for processing. And there's a lot that I can process. How far is this anyway? It's a bit far, but maybe it'll be okay. Processing done here. I'm going to want the dock here to maximize my giga money. More than a little awkward, but let's roll with this. I'm going to want a single little labor access point for these guys. Possibly here. Probably here. Definitely here. It's just perfectly wrong in terms of the road setup, but that's fine. We'll make do. Never trust your buildings not to catch fire. Prefects aplenty. That's labor access for you. Like I said, prefects aplenty. Slam an engineer at the end here as well. Alright. We have rather a lot of unemployed people, which is wonderful. Let's get the vineries going. 1, 2... Oh, crap, I can't get one there. 3 of you then. And the olives. I could probably do more exports than this. Let's work with this to begin with. The olives and the vines grow here, and I'll start putting manufactories for them down here. Well, I'll start, maybe start right now. Oil and wine. The wine crusher is not a very unattractive building. Don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year, so let's call canny on the spending. I missed the early part where Jake talked about the challenge on the map, but I assume watering the people and therefore prosperity will be the main challenge here. Yeah, the only water point is where I've just slammed the dock in here. So I need to make as much money as I can early and then very swiftly transition to tax-based economy, which I don't think I'll have that much difficulty doing. I've taxed the togas off my people plenty of times in the past. Somewhat unbelievably, I get through the year without being in debt, although Caesar's still unhappy because I didn't pay tribute. What I really need to do now, though, is get my military operational. Yeah, I guess I'll put the barracks down right now. Will I put the military academy down as well? Not quite yet, but I fear that javelins might not be enough. Yeah, well, whatever. Javelins for now. So I want to be protected here, and I want to be protected here, because I need to react to enemies invading here on the double. This I can delay quite a while, because I don't plan on building anything right here, but these need to be pretty close to here. Of course, there's a lovely little Maroc right in the way. There, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, whatever. Alright, I'm going to slam you there for now then. And a similar story needs to be said down here, but how's that going to work? Actually, I would just prefer to have triple legionnaires here, because then I could just gank whatever comes in. But that does mean that I'm going to need to figure out how to make weapons. Weapons come in from Volubis by land. So what I could actually do is make them here. Could, he says. Slight awkwardness of this. If the weapons aren't for export, then I don't need to have quite a well-oiled machine for it. The weapons workshop here would be quite unpopular. There's not quite enough space for it here. Is there anywhere else I could reasonably do weapons? With the barracks up there, I've gone and made life a little awkward for myself. I could have put the barracks down here. Da-na-na-na. Probably going to want a sizable amount of army done. Could just have a getting warehouse over here and say to hell with the mistakes that I've made. Although I could always move the barracks down here. And then have the industry for weapons right here. That makes a lot more sense. Alright, we'll just... we'll move you later. For now, I need you immediately putting out javelins. The positioning for things is more than a little awkward here. But we'll have you here accepting weapons and iron. And we're going to begin importing the iron already. We've been told that we get attacked by axemen, which means Helveti. Helveti are pretty hardcore. I want to be somewhat ready for them. Get 3 weapon workshops done. We import the iron. We don't export the weapons. Not yet, at least. We'll just build it up here. Caesar unhappy at the idea that I want to defend his empire. As always. Let's take a quick look at the fire risk. Make sure nothing is in danger of blowing up. Again, never, ever, ever trust your Romans not to explode. So another one there should be fine. We're starting to get some people fed. Almost unthinkable. And in comes the first iron imports. You love to see it. Well, I love to see it. And I'll need to make sure that the Aftish's finest get academy trained as well. At least once you get some worker access. Alright, the goods are starting to be produced, which is excellent. Gonna put the warehouse here and here. Did I actually need 2 of them? Maybe I can get away with 1 of them. The trading should be very, very quick if it's right here. Just donk, donk, donk. And if I underproduce, which I'm pretty sure I do, maybe we could get away with 1. For now, I mean, in the future we're going to want more, but I'll probably want to rejig all of this when the dock gets torn down. So you take the oil and the wine, and we're going to need to expand production. Wine, oil, oil, and we'll expand this yet further in the future. For now, we still need more workers. Marketplace is going very slow. I should build a second one. And the number of people I have is growing rather rapidly. We're going to need another batch of... Actually, screw it. We don't need to ghetto up with temples. We have the access to the almighty oracle. A single oracle should take care of a lot of my woes. Already wishing I had made more marble. I didn't think marble would be so in demand. And yet here it is, in demand. But do I mine out more of it, or is there a downside to this? I'm going to take more of it. Yeah, who's going to stop me? Certainly not me. There we go. A little bit more marble. Don't like slamming down more and more warehouses. They do a very large footprint.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Oh, maybe lucky. What do you say? Oh god, the enemies are already about to arrive. And my tiny little units here are not even academy trained. Well, that could be bad news. We're getting the weapons in, but it's much too slow to deal with this. Aftish's finest feeling significantly less fine right now.
The criminals I lock up have better entertainment than this city.
Alright, well, we're digging our way out of debt, so at least the boys in blue shouldn't be one of our larger concerns. And the weapons are coming in now. I would need to open up a trade route if I want to sell this stuff, which I do. I absolutely do want to sell it, but... you know, I'm not made of time or money here. I want to get into black first. Need more marble for that. I need to just dip into the black so I reset the 12 months on Caesar chimping out on me. Which means I should probably stop importing iron for a little bit. There's a lot of big expenditure that I want to do. I hope they don't attack me from here, because I have no defense against this. I can't rolling retreat with my javelins if the enemy's right there on my heels. Come on, I need more marble than that. More marble, more marble. 87% ready on the next batch of marble. 1, 2, 3, and he's done. Distant battle. The gods are probably getting angry. No, they've turned to indifference. Uh-oh.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I think I've sold my maximum to Tingus. Yes, I have. So I need the local trader to come back and buy another batch of 3. When was I last in debt? January of this year. Okay. So with any luck, the native trader comes and buys another triple batch of marble. That drags me out of debt. And then we need to go into even further debt. Oh god, triple marble won't dig me out of that debt. How expensive is it to open up the sea trade route? 500 and 500. I need to open up both to sell this stuff though, so that's even more debt. It's becoming a problem. Here comes the August trader to buy these goods. And then I'll need the September trader to dig me out of debt properly. Provided he gets this done and he's back within the month. Oh god, he's taking... oh, he's going here! Oh, that's bad. That's really bad, actually. Okay, that's a damn shame. Sorry, I can't have you taking marbles from here. That wastes way too much time. Oh, this placement's really, really bad. I've made a mistake putting my warehouse here. And I made an even bigger mistake having that warehouse. Hopefully at least he gets back before September's over. Because I've got to sell the rest of this marble to dig myself out of debt. Okay, well he got back before August. Hopefully the moment it's August he sends out another trader and buys the... not August, October. Come on, trader man. Put me in the black. God, he's not coming. I got 7 wine here, man. Right, Valencia, save me. Buy my wine. And in fact, Carthagenova, buy my oil. Hopefully you're still going over there to buy the marble. It's touch and go.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Well, at least giving Toga Boy his marbles shouldn't be difficult. Swiftly now, swiftly now. There we go. There we go. Back in black where I belong. Trouble is, the native traders are going to come over here because as the crow flies, that's a closer place for them to get my goods. So I have definitely made a mistake. I can unmake this mistake by doing this. This will be a getting warehouse for marble. It should get the marble faster than then it gets bought up. You're going to need labor access, which I will give here. And you're going to need to not burn down or fall down. There we go. And that should take care of the trading situation a bit better for me. Whew, tough. Let's get the marbles back in there. Toga Boy demands his tithe. Oh, by the way, I'm citizen rank. I have 30 denarii for some reason, but I'm citizen rank. So Caesar is always going to lose 2 favor with me every year, no matter what. And these demotions hurt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to want a bit more food for my people. And there's quite a bit of unemployment driving people to be unhappy. I'll pay them a little bit more than they expect. And I have my full allotment of... Oh, crap, they're not academy trained. Whoops. Oh well. That's my problem, I suppose. I'm going to need another warehouse here that gets weapons for my latest batch of legionaries. Maybe I'll wait until the turn of the year to go into further debt. Don't want Caesar being that angry. Gotta cook those books a little bit. There's some desirability issues here that putting that down should solve. There we go. Hey, there we go. Rome thanks me for the marble. Rome acknowledges that I'm not in the black. Rome takes 300 tribute. And I start going into super debt. It's that good. It's super. I'm going to certainly want a military academy. I guess I'll just slam it down here. Caesar's not happy with my planning. Too bad. He really hates my planning. That moany old toad. There we go. I'm going to need to up my production rates here to fulfill all of my seaborne quotas. Somewhat unfortunately, I'm going to need more workers. And there's not a lot of space for more people in my crappy little shacks. And they cannot be better than shacks. Which is a little bit interesting. I think actually putting these marble things down here was superfluous. I'm going to save some workers on those. Alright, there we go. So the weapons come in here. The weapons get delivered to the barracks. The barracks makes me the units. Still a little worried about this one. It's also a problem if the attack comes in from here, so both of these would be a problem. But now he delivers the weapons, and out come the proper pepper Quakers. And he's pretty rapid at throwing the weapons into the barracks. Just boom, 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 boom. And then when he's down to just 4, he should go and get more of them. Yep.
Pushing carts all day long takes energy. How's a cart pusher supposed to carry on without food?
This is something you need to solve, not me. You've got all the wine, all the oil, and all the wheat you could ever want. Put 2 and 2 and 2 together. Oh, that's a bit annoying. The land traders are buying the marble from here. Oh, well, I can see why. There's no marble for them to get. That'll all figure itself out. The money is coming in at least, which is a good sign. Let us actually start having an army. Where do I want this fort set up to go? This is a very threatening invasion point, so I do just want to throw down my forts over here. The question is, do I want to tuck them up against here, or do I want them to spread out down here? The question, I suppose, is what do I do with this point later on? It's going to be where I put my reservoir. And the reservoir is going to spread out water down here and up here. Does that mean I'll ever be able to use this for anything? Probably, because I'm going to want my reservoirs around here to water people that live up here. So my instincts tell me that the forts should be here. Yeah, I'm sold on that. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. What about how the water moves? The water is probably going to want to move along a road here. Not along a road, but along an aqueduct here. What if I also want a road here? The problem with the forts is they could really block water and roads. So should I leave a 2-tile area for them to get through? I think I will. Then I can have you... I can even do that, so there's this large area here to fight on. But in the end, if there's an attack here, I'm just going to immediately murk them from the forts. Yeah, I think this is how I've got it set up. Alright, I'll work with that. But yeah, just one load of javelins. The rest I think will be legionnaires, so I can rapidly respond to anything that happens. Oh dear. Okay, somewhat fortunately they are attacking from one of the 2 favourable positions here. I have a staggering 4 legionnaires. And they will move in here. I got rid of the Ura, by the way. I was so sick of hearing Ura all the time. So when I give a marching order, that's all you hear. There are some people that will lament the lack of Uras, no doubt. Too bad. Whoa, now, steady. I don't want you running up here uselessly. But I do want you to attack. There we go. Bring him back. Throw your javelins. Bring it back. Throw your javelins. Now, the Axemen are pretty brutal. But so am I. Come on. They're not too worried about the engagements they make, because once they're close up, they eat javelins. Uh-oh. It was all distraction tactic. Okay, thank goodness. How? Well, I know how. Fire risk is incredible. But that's going to burn down my beloved marketplace. Probably. Marketplace full of food. Yeah. That's the stuff. Desert maps are chaos. Hey, can even burn down the prefect itself. Beautiful. Bring back the prefect. Bring back the marketplace. And I believe it was housing. I might have merger problems with these houses. Hopefully I don't. But there we go. That took care of the enemy army approaching. Rome is raising the price of clay, so making pottery is going to be an expensive affair. And this is what I wanted. Oh god, maybe not. He bought some of the marble here, but then he's hungry for more, so he's probably going to go all the way over here. I've really, really messed this up. The native trading could be making me so much money, and instead I've got him running all the way around, which he should not be doing. Oh well, I'm sure it'll fix itself. Can you do the demolish building undo exploit to save the marketplace with goods, or would it delete the goods? No, it would work, but the undo would get crossed out when something changes, like the fire spreading, and the fire could have easily spread to the Neptune temple. It wasn't worth it, basically. Alright, well, fiscally things look okay, but I'm not making money hand over fist like I would like to. What I could do is set up even more export. I could be exporting pottery and furniture, but there's not a lot of room to be doing that kind of stuff. That's not to say there's no room, and I probably should make as much money as I can as quickly as I can. Setting up an import-export industry for pottery and furniture makes a lot of sense. He's thinking. Dun 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 dun. It's relatively safe down here, so let's not worry too much about it. You accept the furniture and the pottery. You accept the timber. I'm probably going to need another one that accepts the clay. I don't have the workforce for this. Well, we'll solve that in due time. Workshop for pottery. 1, 2, 3, 4. Workshop for furniture. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they going to be able to get labor access? Well, maybe. But let's make sure that they can. Oops. Ah, can't put a merger here. Interesting. But I could put a merger here, so... Here is what I'll do. We do that. Prefect goes... Whoops. Prefect goes here. Engineer goes here. And they'll get their labor if they go that way or that way, so that's fine. And then I need to set these to be importing and exporting. So I wish to import timber, import clay, export furniture, export pottery. Then I'm ready for Caesar demands as well if he wants any of this stuff. I need to re-import my iron because I stopped that during money concern time. Then things look relatively good, but I still need more people. But that's fine because what I can do is I can start building up more shacks. Shacks are kind of crappy and they don't pay taxes, but if I build up a decent area with shacks, then it's not going to be difficult to transition them into fountain water drinking, tax-paying Romans. JJ comes in and say hello, Jake in chat. How's Caesar treating you? With contempt. I haven't thought about where the second load of plebeians go, but I should think carefully because it's going to have quite a bit of permanence. I don't mind deleting these people in the not-too-distant future when I start transitioning to tax, when this stuff has to get remodeled for the water, but I will still need a workforce. How does it all work? Force. I think this is one of the best areas for patricians that I have. Maybe I should run the numbers a little bit. Let me grab the Caesar 3 Blobber maths sheet. Let's see if I can bring it on stream as well. Is that it? It looks a lot like it. Yeah, why not? I fade it gently because I don't like white flashbangs either. Right, what do we have here? I probably want a lot of small insulae, and we're limited to large villas. 8. Wait, I can't have grand villas. I've got to have large villas. And the population requirement here is what? 7,900 with a 90 prosperity cap. If large villa is the best I can have, then I should have lots of large villas, maybe 12 of them. 12 large villas, 90 small casa is 91 prosperity. 12 large villas is quite a lot. I do have 2 types of food, so having grand insulae is not unacceptable, especially considering that I have access to plaza as well. But small insulae are just better in so many ways. That said, as I mentioned, 12 large villas is a lot. Imagine I only need 8 of them. What would I have to do in terms of grand insulae? Could I cut off 40 of you into grand insulae? Yeah, that would work. 40 grand insulae and 50 small insulae with 8 large villas. But I'd probably rather have 90 small insulae and 12 large villas, right? Probably. Alright, thank you, browser. We do have the imports for that, right? Volubis sell me tons of timber. Tingus sell me tons of clay. Alright. Makes sense. Okay, this still seems like the best place for the Patricians. I know it's on the lower ground, but there's a relatively large flat area here that I think could rather satisfactorily hold 12 large villas. I use this as an idea in my head for what the villa is, because it's a 3x3. In which case, as long as it's 20 or so long, you can shove in 6 and 6 and supplies and food. So yeah, this is going to be Patricianville. That leaves this area and this area and this area for plebeians. Possibly using this as well. I mean, I could just keep this and upgrade it to small insulae. How many did I build? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 30 of them here. I can do 30, 30, 30 and have all of these and we're done, right? Doesn't seem too shabby. Bringing water around won't be trivial, but I'm sure I'm up to the challenge. This is where the water goes through, road goes through, and the forts are here. I still think I'm going to use this for some plebeians, but I think for my next expansion of plebs, I should do it up here. And let's not be beholden to this existing road, just destroy it. Dang, deploy it now. Absolutely nothing stopping me using this food to feed them, and I probably will. Because wheat is very dense. So I can get the wheat going here. Gotta be very careful about the water placement though. It's a little frustrating, but I'll probably have to put down the reservoirs first and build around them. Otherwise I'm going to have all these farms and granaries and things and I won't be able to feed the aqueducts through that. Why are the plebes complaining about water? Can't they just drink wine? Well, then they'd probably be in too sloshed a state to properly be working for me. A lot of the water. Oh, hang on. I could bring the water around here. That waters a ton of my plebes between these two. Means I don't necessarily need to have a reservoir here. Of course, I've gone and blocked this off from bringing aqueducts around this way. Maybe it does make more sense to bring the water over this way. I don't think it's necessary to have more water for the upper part than these two. That said, maybe it's still not. Actually, that's a nice compromise, because I don't think I'm going to want to build here, courtesy of the invasion point there and there. But I can feed the aqueduct water rather handily through here. Yeah, because I'm not going to be using this edge land at all. Dum, 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 dum. Just make sure that our people can get through here to leave the map. Yeah, so the water is going to be running down here. it interacts somewhere around here to water my patricians. It also branches up here to hit you and you. So with the water going there, there, and there, how do I sort out my plebeian housing here? How indeed? It's very awkwardly shaped. We've got these little marocks in the way as well. I think we might make a bit of a Y formation. Because there's a lot of wasted land if I just build out like this. Yeah, because I don't want to waste this area over here. Now, whether or not it goes down these stairs, I'm not entirely sure, but I could put something over here, like entertainment buildings. Now we have lots of plebeians around here. Because I could put actor colony here, and as long as they go to the same amphitheater that's over here, it'll give access to all of these people for that. And in fact, I can do any formation of amphitheater here, here, or here with actor colonies on the other two, and they'll all provide the entertainment for the plebes here. Must be awkward, right? In my head, there are already the bathhouses, the marketplaces, the granary, and all that. But you're just looking at an empty map. I wonder how this looks to an onlooker. I'll never know, though, because I know this game inside out. Intensely spicy wine, Igor. That sounds foreboding, but I'm not much of a wine man. The only thing stopping me from building this up is the idea that I need to think about where the water goes. Can I water all of them? No. It's conceivable that I could build up... No, I think I could water all of them. There's a range of 3 on the fountains, so let's just assume that all of this area is good for plebes. Yeah, all of it's good for plebes. Wow, I can cram a ton of them in here. Even though it's not a loop. The granary probably has to go down here. The granary won't be thrilled about that. Labour access could be a bit of a pickle. Fortunately, I can water them without too much hassle. That granary will happily burn down if I put it there. I know that much. So I'm going to put the road here to indicate that I know the granary is going to be there. Hopefully I can fit a merger here. Oh, never couldn't. Excellent. Okay, that is good. Yeah, that's going to be very good for labour access. Because if somebody gets lost on the stairs, they're still going to get good labour access off of you. Just make sure you don't fade away to no access to roads. And then I don't want to start building the farms until there's some kind of labour access to stop them from burning down. So I'll wait until they move in before I do anything like that. But I think there's no getting around it. I need to slam down as much plebeian housing here as possible. Fortunately, if there's one thing I'm half decent at, it's cramming in tons of plebes in one area. This is a hilariously bad setup for the mergers, though. Oh, that is awful. It's awful on both fronts. However, what we can do is this. Now we have a much better layout. So let's start having our plebes. That's a no, but that's a yes. And that's a yes, and that's a yes, and that's a no. That's fine, because we can use it for other things. What about... Yeah, we've got a lot of farms around here. Is there any possibility of last minute changing our idea to having cliff dweller labour access? I love my cliff dwellers, but Palmar's gone and made this an extra thick cliff. So it's really, really bad for labour access. Okay, no, we're not going to do it if it's that bad, and it is that bad. Space for something here, I'm just not entirely sure what yet. Dun, 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 dun. Space for 3x3 here. Not a lot of need for 3x3s over here, though. Fascinating. And just leave that as a 2x2 available then. Get you here. This is a no-go. This I've gone and made a little awkward. Alright, remember the operation here is to slam in as many plebes as I can. Why is there a bit of road there? And these are both no-go, and this is no-go as well. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to need space for 2x2 things anyway. I'll even need 1x1 spaces for the prefects aplenty, which is all the more reason that some of these should actually be pushed out by 1. So I can jam some prefects in. Doing myself a disfavor by not doing that currently. I don't know, we'll keep it in mind going forward. Anyway, you are fine here. I love that little bing, 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 bong. Here, for example, I should probably do that so that I can jam in some prefecting. Practice makes prefect. Somewhat amusingly, I can even build one over here. Spending a lot of money on this this expansion. Hopefully it's worth it. Can't imagine why it wouldn't be, but be ever cautious. More is needed. This beats hunting for pink pixels, I tell you what. Part of me thinks I should put them all down. But this is going to be a huge amount of tents added to my place for questionable payoff. No, let's get them all done. That's a no-go, but this is a yes-go. This is a 3x3, which is a little awkward. Don't know what I'd be using it for. That's not true. I mean, the amphitheater could go here, and then we could have actor colony. But then it can also go down here. What is this land used for, by the way? Has anybody come to an idea what we do with that yet? Someone other than me. I can't have all the ideas. It's exhausting to be thinking all the time. I'm sure you wouldn't know. That is rather a lot of housing. I think we can be satisfied with this. We can't be satisfied with that, though. Rome has decided that the price of iron is much too cheap and wants to make more profit off of it. Thanks, Toga Boy. And also, employees are needed. That's fine. We're bringing in employees. But these pink pixels are blindingly obvious.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Caesar is not impressed by your ideas there. The Emperor is extremely when is he not? Has he ever been like, oh, excellent work there, Governor. Gosh, nobody thought we could pull through on that barren area, but you've made it yet another highly prosperous area for the Empire. Thanks for everything you do. He blamed me for Varus's failures last time. A little
Governors think money grows on trees.
A little worried about the lack of weapons being made here. I'm not really in much of a position to make it better. Make it a little bit better. Caesar won't be happy, but you know. Oh right, these imports. all the clay and the timber that I'm importing right now is costing a bomb. Alright, let's just very temporarily cut that off for now, just so we can be in the black at the turn of the year. Looks good for the books, and means that I pay Caesar his ill-gotten tribute. Also want to make sure that fire risk isn't going through the roof. Putting you there will help. Never, ever, ever trust your houses not to explode. I mean, look at this one. It already wants to explode, and I only just placed the damn thing. Granary goes there. Prefect. That's not even a 2x2 space, so Prefect goes there. If he even spawns there, he will protect this house, but... I mean, I'm not kidding when I say don't ever trust them. I'm slamming down a ton of them. Da-na-na-na. You might think I'm paranoid, but they really are out to get me. The fires, that is. This probably will go down the stairs one way or another, so I'll slam you in there. And then the engineering you need to be far, far less paranoid about. An engineer here should do the trick. And I'll put one there as well. And should I make it a hat trick? I shall. They didn't like that. That's because you got cut off here. Alright, fine. I'll put that in later. Oh, right. The gods, who I've been ignoring for a while, are somewhat unhappy with me. Well, that's what the oracles are here for. It's a capital idea to slam down some oracles here ahead of time, but they need to be within 2 range of a road. Ooh, actually, this is quite a good place for it. Yeah, there we go. 1 oracle. 1 oracle won't be enough, but it's a good start. There's good statue area, but not good oracle area. This is actually not too bad oracle area. Alright, there we go. That'll keep the gods off my back for a little bit. Wait, wasn't I meant to be in the black? This doesn't look in the black. It looks very heavily in the red. Oh hum. Trying to think of anywhere else I could shove in an oracle. This one could easily burn down. I'll put it there anyway. Now, Caesar's going to be livid because I'm going to be in debt at the turn of the year. And it is quite a lot of debt. Yeah, I just don't have the goods to be selling right now. Oh well. Angry toga boy it is then. Let's just try and get all these built up while we can. Gosh, that is a lot of debt. Where's all my money going? I'm not importing anything other than iron, right? Well, he did jam up the cost of iron, but not by a ton. Yeah, screw it. Let's just be confident that we're going to make our money. Continue the imports. I wasn't able to avoid debt this year anyway. You will mock Caesar no more. I'll continue to mock Caesar. Till the point where it's no longer the right thing to do. Oh lordy, look at that thing. Could catch fire any moment. Means it's probably about to catch fire. So let's just delete it. Rebuild it. And reposition. Actually, I should start getting my farms going, shouldn't I? There'll be a lot of people to feed here. This little rock is doing so much damage for my ability to put in high-density farming. I hate freaking mattocks everywhere. I don't mind these large areas of high-raised land, but when you're just putting down little one-tile rocks, it's just so annoying. But I think some map makers are getting off to that. They're like, haha, once again, I have gotten in the way of his building ambitions by putting down my one-tile rocks. Disgusting. I'm left wondering if I can ever fit in another merger here. The answer is no. The answer is also that we don't trust these guys not to explode, so let's put down this. Shouldn't be too hard for them to get labour access off of there.
I've been thrown out of my home.
There goes Jake and his persecution delusions again. I never used to deal with one-tile rocks in these maps until Marek came along and made them the cool thing to do. Freaking Marek. Alright, I'm short a ton of employees. But I'm not short a ton of fires. Or a ton of debt. Where the hell's all this debt coming from? Who ordered the importing of all this stuff? Alright, it has to stop. I need to dig myself out of debt here. At least the army situation doesn't look too bad, but it still could be better. Get in here, employees. Donk. So I don't need that road anymore. Donk. Ensuring mergers also cuts down on fire risk, because 4 individual tents grow 4 individual fire things randomly. Whereas a single 2x2 only grows 1 fire risk randomly. This looks a bit like my city. There's shacks, there's tents. There's no hovels yet, though. Oh, wait, that second one's really bad. Importing and exporting for pottery now costs me 75 to make me 115. That's barely worth it. It's only a return of 40 denarii per unit. Well, let's pray it doesn't get much worse, although I am very surprisingly back in the black. That is quite a surprise. I dug my way out of debt rapidly there. Although maybe it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I am damn good. You merge, so I get rid of your road. You merge as well. It's mergers galore. They've all merged. Now, the idea is that I want these guys to become fountain drinkers in the future, but for now this is where they're going to be. Well, forever this is where they're going to be. So I need to set them up with wells, and then replace the wells later on. How many did we get, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 44 or 45. I'm not sure if I counted this one at all. But that's a good number. It's a lot of people. Let's get them welled up. I don't mind placing wells inefficiently because they don't cost labor. They only cost 5 denarii and they're a bit ugly, but otherwise they're fine. Yeah, I guess you're fine there. Da 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 dun da dun da dun. Kind of feels nice to just place these guys wherever. And it'll be really easy to spot the ones that I miss because they will not evolve into large tents. These guys are on high ground, so they inherently have some desirability bonus, making it very, very easy to get low-level housing upgrades. Donk. Did I miss a spot? Yeah, I forgot about the little bugger down here. There you go. You're not on raised land, but you're right next to an oracle, so you should be fine. Otherwise, we've got large tents galore. We've got our wheat coming in. I said this was like 45. 45 times 80, that's kind of like 40 times 100, 4,000. That's going to need a lot of farming. Holy moly. And because of the awkwardness of getting to that granary, it's going to be a little inefficient for some of these. And of course the awkwardness of the aqueduct being here. Ah, this is more than a little awkward. What? Wow, the engineer refused to walk along here. I built these aeons ago and now they're collapsing. Easily fixed, but unfortunately it means that these are about to collapse. Yeah, he's not going to turn around magically for me. Oh, but we actually increased the amount of marble we're able to trade. Oh, thank
I'll
goodness.
tell you what.
This
Greetings.
Pô, esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Que bom que eu cheguei bem na hora, hein?
Yeah, we got some genuine Romans spoken for that. This was an oil workshop. Okay, good. Yeah, lazy Biano engineers. Can't be trusted. Right, how exactly is this going to be spreading out for me? The placement is awkward. The placement is very awkward. Even that's a bit far for wheat farms to deliver, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. It still might not be enough. Since I'm not really using this land for anything else, I don't have a problem building slightly inefficient wheat farms, especially if I can get a... I was going to say, especially if I can get some labor access over here. Akane. But also, no, it's just not good enough if it's not down here. But hang on, hold the phone. This could be migrated down a little bit. And then what I could do is... this won't this won't merge either. The merger points are in the perfect position to just not give me the labor access that I need. Awkward. What would Brian Boitano do in this situation? It's always a question we should ask ourselves. Could put labor access down here, but then the problem is if people walk up here, it's just insufficient, isn't it? And it's a huge waste to put it here. Blocks way too much farming. What I could do... Okay, here's what I think I will do, regardless of what I could do. I'm going to slam this down here, and you're just going to wrap around that. And if anybody has a problem getting labor access, then that's on them. Which they could do, and they could definitely have problems. But hopefully they do not. Never trust them. Never trust them. And I mean never trust them. There we go. Should be able to labor access and all the food we could ever need. But that means a lot of feeding my people. Let my people grow. Might need to tear down some of these for access. For services, I mean. Especially in the center here. Yeah, that's going to be awkward, but whatever. Also, I realize I missed a spot. Whoops. Ooh, a desert map. Yes, Baron. We're back in the desert. We already had a few fires. Pretty difficult to escape those. Alright, now that I'm comfortably in the black, let's go right back into the red. Resume the importing of all this stuff that barely makes any profit. Lumber into furniture still makes a reasonable profit. My bigger concern is that Caesar makes a demand and I'm not able to reach it, so... Ooh. So the amount of oil and wine that I can export, I think, just went down the toilet, right? Right? Oh, it's the land trade routes. They buy oil and wine as well. So actually, I could have been making tons more oil and wine. I should have exploited that harder earlier on. The money I could have made on early trade would be ridiculous. Should have looked closer at my export options. Because this is kind of pathetic. Really, what I could have done is I could have used this and this area for mass producing. But I didn't want to block it. Like, this land, I don't care too much that it's blocked off because plebes here, patricians here. But it did make it quite awkward for getting mass production done. Could still do more of it, but I feel like it's on the decline now. Ah well, I've got to be ready to transition to tax-based economy real soon. Enemies at the door. Oh boy, I do not have much of an army right now. I should probably strongly consider migrating my barracks down here so that I don't have to rely on this thing moving around. And I think that's what I'll do. The barracks will be moved down here so I can make my units faster, and I'm going to have more weapons being made, please. These shacks are not happy at the new weapons workshop that's been built next door. Who would have thought? So once this barracks produces all of these units worth, it's going to be migrated. Alright, these places have evolved. The gods are somewhat pleased. So I have to hope that the services I put in the center here walk all three directions. That's a lot to ask them to do. And they probably won't. And I'm probably going to have to purge some of these houses in the center so that I have more spaces for the services in the center. But let's start with religion. Can Ceres here reach all of the directions? Also, I probably want a doctor around here. Can I also reach all of them with education? If I get education, religion, and bathhouse, that's most of everything done because I can force the entertainment walkers. Well, that's further bad news and further incentive to get my tax-based economy going. The price of marble has now collapsed. So the religious walker sees all of the people on this route, even the one at the very tip. That's good news. He just needs to do the same on the other two paths, which is a lot to ask him to do. Alright, well, the Quakers are done. How are you looking? One last unit to produce. And once that final unit comes marching out of the barracks... You just do nothing, don't you? I'll keep the warehouse around just in case, but... Okay, it's gone, so let's migrate the barracks here. And that means, this guy has to distribute the iron and put the weapons in the barracks, which is a little stressful for him to do. So instead I'm going to have this place take the weapons and not you. That way the weapons go here, and then they get shoved out there, because the worker in this warehouse has nothing else to do. He just accepts the stuff and the traders take it away.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
You certainly can, Lucky. Some people feel like they really suppress their voices when doing voiceovers. You gotta be loud.
Don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
We want to hear you, Lucky, despite what we say. Alright, well, we're making progress here, but these places won't evolve properly until they have all the water. Which we will deal with as soon as trade collapses sufficiently. I'm actually unsure when I'm meant to do that. I want to spend some money so that Toga Boy doesn't take way too much in tribute, so... 1, 2, right. Legions, legions. Varus, give me back my... legions. There we go. That's the fool army. 5 legions, 1 load of javelins, never horses. The only time you'd ever use horses is when speed is mandatory, and speed is very rarely mandatory. Okay, he is walking down here. This is perfect placement of religion, then. Provided he gets to this square. Can he make it all the way? Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my city definitely looks like this. Insulae, large insulae, grand insulae. Beautiful. Because I spent all that money, Caesar took far less in tribute than he otherwise could have. Trade receipts enormous, 17 grand last year. We're getting to the point where I want to actually hold on to some of these goods for myself. So let's make sure that we hold on to 8 units of furniture, 8 units of pottery, and a little bit of marble, so I can always build an oracle or two. Oil and wine I have less crying need for right now. We taxing the plebes yet? There's no point. Shacks don't pay taxes on very hard mode. I wish they did, but they don't. On not very hard mode, they do pay taxes. Even tents pay taxes. Fire risk is staying nice and low. That's growing a bit too much. How about the education? Does that make all of the routes? No, education does not come down here by the library. I mean, I could just build a second library around here. That's no big deal, but it's still good to know that he doesn't come down here. Ba-bum, ba-bum. I really want to evolve these, but I don't want to get rid of the turbo money that I make on exporting by sea.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Enemies at the door. My legions are maybe in a bit of an awkward space regarding that. I should be able to instantly gank whatever comes in here, and if that's not enough, then the javelin should be able to run over fast enough. Hopefully. Volubus no longer want my stuff. Wood has become more expensive. Everything getting expensive, go figure. Not quite done with the stuff we need to build around here, though. I need to build an actor colony and or gladiator house. And then figure out how that all goes around. Something's going to go here. Kind of weird to set up all this stuff for people that don't need it, though, isn't it? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is weird, but here we are. And a bit more I'm always looking at these things thinking, oh, I could tear apart the house here, but no, I really should focus on keeping high density for these. Alright, I'm going to slam you here. I never need water coming along to here, do I? Let's just assume no. But maybe I should assume yes. No, we'll assume no. And put a prefect here. Shouldn't be too difficult to get the labor access. And I don't trust my people at all. There you go. Going to slam the theatre over here as well. They shouldn't have difficulty getting labor access. They might get lost in this stairway, and that could hurt them. But hopefully they don't constantly get stuck in that stairway. If I'm really paranoid about the stairway, what I could do is put another bit of housing here. And I will. Because yes, I am paranoid about it. We'll get them built up. That means these guys will definitely get labor access, and then with an actor colony here, the actor colony will visit both of these, and with a gladiator school anywhere. Actually, the gladiator school can go here, and the other actor colony can go here-ish. Think about the water. The water's going to come up and along here, but I could not have this road come down here. I could instead put the actor colony over here. This is, of course, awkward, but I don't see a way that it doesn't work out for me, because it also gives me a nice place to put the library. Remember, the actor colony is a desirable neighbour, so we can do that. And put the library over here. And we actually have space for another service building here if we so desire, which we might. Alright, we'll go with that. Once again, we do not trust these things not to explode. It's actually quite a big tax on your workforce having to build all these bleeding prefects everywhere. That's why desert maps with no wheat are some of the hardest maps to do, at least from that perspective. Well, Toga Boy's given me virtually no time for this one. I got 12 months and 15 vines to deliver. I can't grow over here. I can, however, grow over here. So what I can do is expand, expand, expand. They may or may not get the walkers, the labor that they need, but they might. And shove a warehouse here. The warehouse is for not wine, but vines. And then we set ourselves to stockpile the vines. Oh, I can import vines. That's amusing. I didn't, right? Yeah, stockpiling vines. The difficult question is, when do I transition? I haven't come to an answer on that one yet. Certainly have tons of fun employment. Good thing there's 0 taxes here, or else the people will be revolting. Quick check for entertainment. Theatre access is looking good.
There's so much unemployment, it's distracted me from learning my lines.
Why does he say distracted instead of distracting? Anyway, this is all going to be seen to. I have no problem with that. What about the amphitheatre? Perfect. Entertainment walkers are really annoying when they come out of their amphitheatre and theatre and coliseum and whatnot, but they're so good when they're walking on their way to it. So very good. I worry a little bit about distributing pottery around here. What just fell down? Right. Wine is down. Is that a problem? I'll need to check that. Ah! I did suspect that this would be what cuts us off from trade. And I also suspected it would be here or here, but bang, away you go. And that means these people are going to die. Boomf. Wait, what? Why haven't they disappeared? Maybe there was still a way around there. Ah, there we go. So that's no more. These are going to burn down. There's no point really having this stuff anymore. That's not strictly true. I might be able to make use of that marble, but now I make more marble than I could possibly need, right? Perhaps it's an indication that I need to transition my economy pretty swiftly. When do the roads become paved? What is the rule? When the tile is desirable enough. In fact, I can show that right now, except I'm under attack. Well, I can show it right now. Here's a good example. These bits of road are tiled, these are not. The reason it's desirable is because of this lovely looking temple here and the library. Both are desirable neighbours. And to a lesser extent, it's desirable to have a marketplace that's kind of far away. If we look on the desirability map mode, we can hover over it and show that these tiles are 9, 10, 13, 9, 5. But the moment it's 4 and below, they're no longer tiled. So when you get 5 desirability on a tile, it becomes paved. Of course, you can ignore that and just cover it with plaza, which is very desirable, but I think these look better. Anyway, where's that attack coming in from? Right over there. Well, wouldn't you know it? We're ready. And I see no reason not to send in virtually everybody here. They are the axe-wielding Helveti, who are dangerous buggers. Hang on, couldn't I very safely have my javelineers up here? Yes, I could. And that means my legionnaires could pile on here. And all is well. Well, that's a little dangerous. I'm engaging them maybe a little bit too early here. That does mean I score some nice convenient kills, but it also aggroes them. Alright, it didn't take long at all to get Toga Boy the vines that he needs, just as well, because he's absolutely livid. He's hopping mad. I'm going to stop stockpiling those and probably just get rid of these. I'll keep the warehouse, though. I may want this warehouse for other grown goods that Toga Boy may or may not ask of me. And let's get rid of the road that leads there. The speed at which these axe-wielding Helveti are attacking me here is a little concerning. Because the legionnaires take a while to arrive. It should get better when I have more legionnaires at the ready here, but it tells me I probably want some roads. Not roads, the other thing, walls. There we go. The Emperor somehow knows how to show gratitude. That's a first. I thought these were lasses. But they're making noises like they're men. Oh well. This isn't Dominions. Yeah, long-haired freaky people, but they need not apply.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
You certainly can, Lucky, but I'm not sure you have them. Alright, the weapons are kind of piling up here. Don't we have the ability to export weapons? We certainly do. Keep 4 on hand, please, but otherwise get rid of them. They get sold by sea trade, so yeah, pretty soon that sea trade of mine is going to have to go. That's going to make this entire area very awkward, but the water is needed. As I mentioned before, I found another water spot right here when I was testing it out, and then Palmar immediately just removed the water here, saying it was not intended. Oh well. Yeah, Desert Helveti, the Swiss wanted some good weather. Oh boy, the gods are still unhappy. Actually, they're all unhappy because I'm giving special treatment to Ceres. So what I can do is I can ditch the Ceres temple, replace it with an oracle, and then they'll all be significantly more happy. The gods get disproportionately unhappy if you favor one over the other. Although that can be good for farming certain kinds of blessings. Jake, do you reckon Dom 6 will make a return at some point, or is it on hiatus? Dominion 6 is a bit like Caesar. Comes back when I feel the itch, and the itch is going to be coming quite often. But Dominions is a bit more of an investment. You know, playing through a Dominions run can be 10 to 20 hours, whereas the Caesar map is done between 4 and 7. So it's considerably easier for me to sit down and just bash out a Caesar stream. Whereas the Dominion stream, in addition to being considerably mentally taxing, is also quite a bit of setup, because I like to run with a randomizer, meaning I have to make a randomizer, choose a nation out of them, set up the custom name list. There's a bit of effort involved, and you know what effort is like. Horrible is what it's like. Right, I'm entering this year with 4 grand, and I'm thinking I should really get to work on this. We have all the goods that we need for Patricians, kind of. I don't like how they're stacked in a mixed warehouse here. I'm going to have to segregate that a bit. But to that effect, what I can do is I can now make these accept the timber, accept the furniture rather, and accept the pottery. And then these are going to fill up with the goods that we need. I'm going to need more pottery barns, I reckon. But when is that not the case? Furniture I'll need considerably less of, though. Shove another pottery barn over there. Shouldn't take you too long to distribute all of that. You are no longer going to accept furniture or pottery. And double check I actually got furniture on you. And then this should empty out. That should be fine. The oil and the wine going here. They still buy oil and wine by land, so I can still keep it at acceptable levels. In this case, I'm going to keep 6 of each in that warehouse. And the dock, I'll probably get rid of it once these trades are done. And then we need to start blasting these guys up to insulae level. But that also means that the pottery and the furniture that I have, I need to keep a lot more of it on hand. Let's say 22? 22 seems reasonable. Furniture, let's maybe say 12. Yeah, 12 is fine. That seems fine. Trust me, it'll be okay. The reservoir is going to go here. The water, how it flows, is going to be unpleasant, isn't it? I actually have to get rid of this warehouse, don't I? Yes. That means where the oil and the wine gets delivered to needs to change. I can actually get rid of this road. And I can shove a warehouse over here for oil and wine. That might block walkers. No, they can still enter the city this way. That's fine then. Maybe I still shouldn't combine them into one, but it's what I'm doing. Still not thrilled that there's no way through here. I could actually get rid of you. And on that note, migrate you a little bit. And then there's still a path through here, which is fine. But yeah, that means you can no longer accept this stuff. And I need you to start emptying so I can tear you down. And then the water will flow. The water will come through here, down here, along here. Of course, the pottery is right in the way of everything. I could, of course, magical Roman water my way through, but let's try not to always go for that. I think I regrettably have to push my pottery stuff back a bit, and then this can run through here. And then we'll run down and along here. Yeah, so this just all needs to be shoved down a bit. No moving of buildings in this game, though. You just gotta trash them all. Let's just tear that right off. Right on. What's this? It's my prefecture. Away you go as well, prefect. I still want you around here, though, so there you go. Donk. I love it when the aqueducts go over the roads like that. It just feels right. Yeah, okay, we're ready to transition then. Now we have a not insignificant amount of money in the treasury, and we still sell some marble. So I want to get these guys up to tax-paying plebes, start making mad money on taxes, and then get my patricians online. I'll keep these guys as shacks. I don't think shacks revolt. I hope they don't revolt. Actually, I don't need to keep them as shacks, right? Absolutely nothing stopping me watering them all the way up to hovels, or even casa if I want to, which I may or may not. Alright, very good. I think we're ready then. But you always don't go for it. It's been so long. What, the magical Roman water? I did a tastefully small amount of magical Roman water. I think 2 runs ago. Yeah, what was the one with the cliff-dwelling large insulae? I think that was the most recent one I did. Oh, right. Yeah, I always said this invasion would be a problem, and I never prepared for it. This could be a sizable problem, especially since there's no route to them. There was until I put this thing down. I will, in the spirit of that, migrate you. So I do have a way through. This isn't enough of an army to deal with this. This army is going to take some time to get up there. I have a funny feeling this is going to end up badly for me. Well. Very rapid attack, huh? Well, let's hope they don't have an attack order. I really should not have those guys close enough to antagonize them. Let's just hope they stick back there and do not come on a rampage. Need my legions to very slowly march over there before they start attacking. Ah, they have to walk all the way around here, don't they? This prefect's actually getting in the way of that. Rethink your orders, lads. Get over there. You have to imagine the Uras. Oh no, the prefects are aggroing them. Alright, step up, lads. Don't let them in the city. Axe-wielding Helveti are very, very strong. Oh my gosh. Why are they attacking my city? Think of Nikki. Okay, this has become a problem. But it's a problem I can solve. The main problem there was that the prefects went out and aggroed them, so I need to wall this off so the prefects can't do that again. Whew. Unpleasant. I believe I got rid of these. Yeah, let's just not have anybody getting those funny ideas again. Just wall that off entirely. Oh boy, prices are really skyrocketing around here. What's with this Roman hyperinflation? Whew.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Okay, I think my docking days have to end now. We will close the docking bay doors. Shove my reservoir right here. We're going to claim that's tasteful. And this warehouse has been emptied out, so away it goes. And then, yeah, oh no! If I ever make this city eternal, I am constantly going to get told that there's no working dock. There is a way around that. The way is to have 1,000 messages here, then it'll stop. Oh well. Bang goes any idea of making this city eternal. Okay, Fitnu. I'm unsure if I even want you hugging the way like that. Ugh, I mean, however I set this up, it can be reset up. Aqueducts are not expensive. Right, they're not cheap, but they're not expensive. They're 8 a tile, whereas a road is 4, so twice as expensive as a road. Dun, 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 dun. I have not decided how exactly it's going to interact with the Patricians living here. I think the safest way to go about it, considering the Patricians don't need that much food, is to make the aqueducts come along here. There's plenty enough arable land for them. So something like, but not necessarily that, or maybe even hug a little closer like that. That's going to bring the water all the way up here. Blunk. Fresh, flowing water on top of that. No puddle water for these Romans. Well, not yet. Give it time. Can I get rid of these bits of furniture and pottery? But I don't think it's getting in the way of training my legions at all. Not yet, at least. No need for roads running along here, although I worry that that might be a little insufficient for labor access for these guys for now. Let's... no, because if they walk far enough, they get there. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. That was actually relatively seamless. Tearing down one warehouse and moving 4 workshops was not a big deal to suddenly make this into a dock working area. From a dock working area into a watering area. And now we're going to bump these people all the way up. All the way. I always like to use the tax income map mode for planning because it just gives me the clearest overview of what I'm dealing with. For one, it's a bit wasteful, one single fountain for you, but there's no better place for this, is there? Oh, there is. That gets slightly more. And it's not superfluous. It is superfluous. Oh well. Too bad. There we go. It deals with all of you. Then there's this guy, who I cannot get unless I put something around here. There you go. Also, that can go. Da-dun, da-dun. The Romans don't care how far away their water source is as long as it's within their range, so there's no penalty for making them have to walk at obnoxiously long distance to get their water, which is good because I like doing that. It amuses me greatly. So you all taken care of. Let's see, that was doing them, so I can do you folk from here. Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of any wells, but it shall be done. That's fine. Similarly, that and that and that is fine enough. Hopefully nothing devolves. Oh my lord, Rome does not want me making money off of pottery. 75 to import, 90 to export. How about pottery exports just off then? Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. The wages would cost me more than I'm making on that. I definitely want these plebes taxed, but I'm going to do that in an auxiliary manner. Forum. Kind of made this a little awkward, huh? The existence of these two guys. Yeah, I certainly have. This raised land, it's certainly something. There you go. This isn't too bad. It more or less guarantees that these guys are going to be paying me my taxes. If I put the forum here, it blocks the way to the road to Rome, so I actually can't really afford to do that. Ah, but there's perfect space, well, near perfect space for forum right there. That'll do. Then it is casa time. Now, it's very important that the bathhouse actually reaches everybody. I've not given myself good space to the bathhouse, so somewhere is going to have to go, because if I put the baths here, it's just barely not in range of the water. So do I tear this down, put down a bathhouse, and pray that it goes in all three directions? Or do I do something less delusional? I don't know, the delusions are winning. If the bathhouse lady does not go in all directions, what are my options? There's a bathhouse location here. You know what, I'm going to use this and see where the bathhouse lady goes. If she goes 1, 2, 3, then I'm most of the way there and I can just slam a bathhouse somewhere around here. And then I'm relatively happy. I do have a little out. What I can do is drag the road out here and put another 2x2 here, potentially a bathhouse. Yeah, let's consider that. But first I want to see if these people will get bathhouse access. There's no pottery to be had here, so don't worry about evolution. And there's a lot to still be done about desirability, but I have a lot of tools to deal with that. I like having lots of tools. That's why I stream. The gods could do with a bit more filleting. Sadly, putting an oracle here is not within range of no explodey. But if I put it here, it is within range of no explodey. Yeah, it should get seen to easily enough, and it vastly improves the desirability of the area. 8 within range of 2. Oh, wait, I didn't water you? How is that possible? Well, it doesn't matter if it's possible or not, it wasn't done. Surely nothing ever goes wrong just deleting a prefect willy-nilly, but I will replace it. Alright, not too shabby. It's a bit undesirable around here, as is ever the case. I can do something about that. Ugh, nobody wants to live here. Being near a reservoir is not good for the house prices. Far from it. And shoving in an oracle here won't work, but shoving in a large statue will definitely work. Except there's not enough space, because once again there's a single tile getting my way. Fair enough. I mean, I have access to Plaza. I've got 100 ways to solve desirability issues. As I've mentioned many times before, Plaza is intensely powerful for desirability. Look at it go. A power of 4 at range 1. And 2 at range 2. I might even want that bit of road. I'll keep it there. And there's these guys who are unhappy, but once again it can be solved. I'm keen on putting down some large statues, but there's just that little bit too much raised land around here that keeps getting in my way. There we go. It's going to be time to charge taxes real soon, but I also want these guys to evolve. Hovel is fine. I don't have a problem with hovels. I might have a problem with being able to water them. That almost solves it, but I didn't think I had enough with this. There's a lot of unwaterable areas. And you know what? I'll just have to deal with that. Let's get rid of the nasty bits of shrubbery. Rome wouldn't stand for it, and neither shall I. And let's get these people the proper water source that they deserve. At least I'm claiming now that they deserve it. That wasn't the official line prior. Alright, what can be done here? That waters much of you. And you. Now I'll take care of you. Let's migrate that slightly, and that waters much of you, and then the rest of you are done like so. There we go, hovels aplenty. Some of them will think the land is undesirable, but you know what makes land more desirable? Taxing them. Literally, yes, because forums are considered desirable neighbors. Might be a little awkward to tax them given the intersections that we have. But that's nothing that tearing down a temple or two won't solve. I need to put Venus somewhere. Guess I'll just shove her over there for now. Because yes, these people must pay me my ill-gotten taxes. I feel like Taxman in that Animaniacs film, Wacko's Wish. 14% tax, and I will raise wages to compensate. Is Rome increased wages off? Cool. Never normally see that. And if any of these people don't see the merits of the new taxation policy, I will give them some plaza and say this is what your wages pay for. Very nice. So now we've transitioned to tax economy. I'm curious how the bathhouse workers are moving. Not very well. Not well at all. A little bit more. Okay, there we go. You reach all of those bozos, but you don't go over and see these clowns, and you don't even try these ones. I'll give her a little bit longer before I start giving these people pottery, is what I would say, but no, these people need pottery yesterday. I am considering putting the pottery in a more central location. Yeah, I don't want these markets having to go very far for their pottery. I'm actually going to destroy this house and this well and the desirability of the locale to have this be the source of pottery. Has to go over there to get the pottery. Is that a problem? Not really. There is a route over here to get it. However, I'm not making it feel like much of a route, so let's give them better options for getting through here. There we go. Rome has reduced the price of marble, making it borderline worthless to export, so I'm very glad we're transitioning to tax-based economy now. However, unemployment is through the roof. I really need some patricians pretty quickly, actually, and I don't have the money to set up patrician services yet. I turned off the export of pottery, which is fine, but furniture still makes a bit of money, which is okay. Wine and oil also makes some money. That's also fine for now. Population register for tax is 97%. Well, that's good. Does the placement of the temples matter as long as they're accessible, or can you have them anywhere? You can keep the gods happy as long as the temples are staffed. If they have staff, you can put them anywhere. If a temple is not staffed, it does not make the gods happier. Oracles can go anywhere. I could shove an oracle here and it would still satisfy the gods. But more reasonably, it needs to be within 2 tiles of a road so that an engineer and a prefect can go and see to it. Otherwise, it'll just fall down if I place it over here. But it'll still keep the gods happy. In terms of religious access for people, they need the priest to walk past them from the temple. So I was very happy that the temple placement here, the priest walks up here, and down here. Which isn't the most likely thing in the world, because the walkers only follow 4 different paths, which they then go back and forth over doing.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt
att det är slöseri.
och min tid. There we go. All that time in Sweden paying off. What does he actually have to say about my city, though?
Ja, jag trivs inte här. Arbetslösheten, den är för hög helt enkelt.
Denkel? Yeah. Goes way past me. My Finnish is better than my Swedish. Here's my Finnish for you. Hello, Systembolaget. I'd like to reserve a table for 8 people. Yes, I'm serious.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
That was some Nordic humor. You don't have to get it. I hope the food is actually enough here. These guys are... Oh, boy. Oh. I need these places. Once again, Brelix is not doing his job. Biano life not even once. What are you up to, Brelix? Where is he?
Nossa senhora, que sorte que eu tô empregado com esse nível de desemprego que a gente tá tendo.
The only Brazilian to have ever uttered how lucky he feels to have a job. These ones are probably also about to collapse, so let's just preempt that. Oh, the prefect's going to collapse as well. It's funny if it weren't so sad. I'm more than a little concerned about how my city is doing financially. How about that bathhouse? The bathhouse is going here and here, which is okay, but it's not going here, which is not okay. So we are going to erect a bathhouse right here. I'm going to migrate the prefect here. I'm going to put the engineer here. There we go. And then the bathhouse will certainly service these people. And then it's going to be a question of getting them desirability, which we can largely do. There we go. I'll even get rid of this well and put in a medium statue. And anybody else that's lacking it, we can give them plaza to make up for it. Although I tend to prefer statues over plaza, where it makes sense. But yeah, some places like these are looking a little doomed without a bit of plaza to help them out. Well, not doomed. I mean, I could slam a large statue here. But those statues aren't free. But yeah, having people living in small insulae is so good for my bottom line. Small insulae pay absurd amounts of taxes. And I like absurd amounts of taxes. gonna have these people not live in squalor over here. I'll give them... You know what was crazy? I can actually give them proper water. Almost feels like they wouldn't deserve that. There you go. They might get somewhere with that. They would need religion, but whatever. Let's see if they can at least make it to shack form. There's a slight problem. And it's a solvable problem as we do the switcheroo between the forum and the bathhouse. A bath was not in range of the reservoir. I guess the water pressure was not good enough for Roman needs. Enemies at the door once again. However, my army is... Well, actually, my army has seen better days. Is my army actually getting replenished? Where the hell are my weapons? Okay, you are sending out the weapons. It's just taking a while. Hopefully the attack comes from here so that I don't feel daft putting the army here. Because if it comes up north, oh my god. Whoops. Might have to delete that. Hopefully Caesar requests a bunch of wheat. The Emperor is angry with you. I'm doing what I can, Toga boy. But what I can do is not much. Taxes in are not doing very good. They're covering wages and nothing else. My trade receipts covering imports, but I'm barely staying in the black here. I need these guys upgraded, and I need to make some money to see to my patrician needs. My unemployment figures are through the roof, though, in a deeply unpleasant way. I could trim these down and bring them up to small insulae and have them pay more taxes, which is a very reasonable thing to do at this stage. I can also cut down on my furniture production a fair bit in order to have more of these pottery barns working, but that's not necessary right now. Not a lot of marketplaces. I would have to kibosh quite a few of these houses. Might not be the worst thing in the world. Desirability will hurt. But think of the double taxation. Or we just accept the fact that I need buttloads of money. How many mission posts is this going to take, by the way? In order to take up this unemployment, I would need to build, let's say, 10 to 200. I'd need a lot of them. Like 35 or so, maybe. And they cost 100 a pop. I don't have that kind of money. Can't even sponge up my labor force. Alright, I want to see some more small insulae here, please. No, they're struggling on that because the pottery is not coming through enough. That is a lot of people to serve with one warehouse, but that one warehouse should be okay. That no working dock thing is going to pop up constantly.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Oh, bad news for that guy. Rome wants my marble, and fortunately I have marble, and I need to improve Caesar's mood so he can get that straight away. Don't worry, Jake, Tiberius is about to die, and I'm sure Caligula will be a more reasonable guy. Caligula, he's no Boy Scout. He did things that we can't even talk about. Looking for anywhere that needs to be improved in terms of desirability. I'm seeing a few places. There we go. The Emperor claims that he knows what gratitude is. Might be confusing it with gratis. Yeah, the small insulae is good, and my unemployment is actually a reflection on how well I can build a city. Another way of looking at that unemployment is just drink it up with patricians. Oh, patricians are good. And I have the pottery, I have the furniture, I have the oil, I have the wine. I just feel quite nervous building up Patricians when I don't even have 5 grand to my name, because they're not cheap buggers to build for. A lot of desirability boosters and things needed. I'm starting to wonder if I could actually have them a little closer here, because then I wouldn't necessitate a bunch of getting granaries. Yeah, getting warehouses, rather. I could migrate one of my warehouses, or specifically this warehouse, down here. And goods get delivered and my market ladies just pick it up nice and easy. And then the market ladies operate here into a loop here. I'm actually feeling quite good about that idea. It's miserably undesirable living here, but that is not much my problem. I don't want that road going down that way anymore. If they need to get through, they can go through there or there. Potentially even there. And yes, you will accept wine and oil, and you will no longer accept either. And we'll start emptying you. So am I committing myself to building up the Patricians right now? It's going to need some planning. I tell you what, I haven't saved once during this whole run. Let's change that. Save game, this is not Palmar Vast Oasis, this is DDR Jake Vast Oasis Stream 01. You might wonder, Jake, why are you putting a 0? You expect me to do 10 saves here? It's just a habit. Far too many times I've labelled something 1, 2, 3, 4, thinking I'll only have 5 or 6 of them, and I end up having 12 or 13. It's very little overhead to just put a 0 there. That way you can cover your back all the way up to 99, so 100. Because we obviously count from 0. Yeah, this is segregated Patricianville, but how exactly do I sort it out? Mention of Neptune made me want to check the gods, and I'm glad I did, because they're all a bit cheesed off. The numbers of people in my city keep growing, and I keep not looking after the gods here. I might want another marketplace. Everything seems to be covered all right for now. And if they devolve, there's no problem of the houses breaking apart, because we've got the mergers already. So maybe I'm panicking over nothing. Well, I'm not panicking, right? Crivens, no, but let's be reasonable. There's a nice space for an oracle here. It will be seen to. It won't serve anybody, but it will not fall down. And as expected, you are not going to evolve without some religious backup. Oracles are good, you know. Interestingly, an oracle here gets double seen to, so there we go. Just a way to keep the gods off my back temporarily. They're quite expensive, you know. Once again, it's digging into my budget, which I really don't have. But now I'm trying to think how exactly we do this. Now, I ran the numbers and I told myself I need 12 large villas here. I want to make sure I actually have the goods for that, right? We can produce our own oil and our own wine. We currently import, or we have the ability to import ungodly amounts of timber and pottery, so that's not a problem. We don't have access to the hippodrome. Not really a problem. Wasn't planning on building a hippodrome, but it would be a nice way to sponge up that labor. Just thinking in my head. Well, where else am I going to be thinking? Don't answer that. Where exactly all these McMansions are going to go. We can get 1, 2, 3 here. 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, that already sounds pretty good. Yet another Marok getting in my way here. I could have something set up like this, where I have a bunch of statues here, maybe some oracles and whatnot. Yeah, statue, and a couple of oracles in the middle of it. And that will hopefully give them all the desirability they need there. If it's not enough, I've left myself enough room for additional medium statues here, which should boost it. Plus we have plaza, so I think it'll be okay. Just noticing a ping from Ninjin telling me my votes are in for his dictator. Very good. How long is this anyway? 18, 19, right. Like I said, I need 12 of these. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I have little doubt that I can fit them all in here. The bigger doubt comes from how I water them. Yeah, the water could land there rather handily. Basically, if I shove a reservoir here, that shouldn't infringe on anything, and it should allow me to water everybody. So the reservoir goes there. This is superfluous, but there's no need to delete it currently. Somewhat positive thing about large villas is they're not terribly demanding. The market leaders are going to get what they need from up there, but I'm still going to need a bunch of them. The bigger concern is how I feed these people. So 12 large villas is 1,080 people, which is 540 per food type. 2 wheat farms will take care of that. So was it 2 and 4? I guess it could be. A lot of different ways to think about it. Sometimes it's more annoying when lots of land is arable, because then you get decision or choice paralysis. And I've got to kind of put these these aqueducts in just the wrong place for this. And then the other question is, where do the granaries go? Labor access up here is unpleasant. I could even put, say, the fruity one here. And then the grainy one over here, and then they should be able to get labor access easily enough if I have... this rock. This rock! Jake doesn't like the rocks. Could I extend this out a bit then? I'm having some ideas. This is costing me money I don't have. Designing doesn't come easy. But does the other one then go here? I suppose it could, right? Back-to-back granaries. This one takes the fruit. This one takes the wheat. I'll probably want a... hold that thought. Because of this placement, I can't quite do what I want here. Well, maybe I can. Maybe I can. Another freaking rock getting in my way. Why, Palmar? Why must you put these rocks in my way? Fruit, fruit. 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 And then we only need 2 bits of wheat. And of course you don't quite fit where I need you to. But you do go here, or here adjacent. Weird, but sure. 1, 2, 3. It is weird. But maybe I can make this work. Maybe I can shove in a a villa here so they get labor access. The desirability will be tough, but maybe I can spam desirability here. Also, look at all the space for plaza. I can plaza it up to the hilt. Maybe we can give statues around the back. The point is that should do for the food. Yeah, okay. I want my initial housing placement then. In that case, I want you here. That way you can grow big and strong into a lovely villa here. That'll give all the labor access that they need. And then otherwise... I guess I'll have one of them here. And one of them here. And that will cover pretty much all of the... I'll put one here as well for good measure. This is meant to be for desirability boosters, so was this. What's the harm? I'll pen you in with that. Couldn't help but notice that I've already spent most of my money here. Without too much of a plan to show for it. I'm going to badly need prefects to stop everything from exploding, as they love to do. There we go. No explodey, please. Always the intimidating kaboom that you hear when your houses are going up in flames. It's most unpleasant. And of course, we don't trust them out here whatsoever. Another one here, and another one here. And we'll see what this does for us. Slight problem. This connects to this. And that is a problem. The wheat is going to be excessively flowing down here. The market ladies, I don't think, will come down for that. For the goods here. That's the closest market. That is more than 40 away as the crow flies, so they won't be going for that. Actually, it's not as the crow flies. What's their... I don't think they triangulate it. They go by the longest direction. But yeah, I think that's too far for them to go and grab fruit. Not that fruit will be a concern. They have wheat. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully isn't a problem. Rome has once again increased the price of clay, and now it has reduced the money that I'm making on exporting wine. That's a bit tough. Oh yeah, my city definitely looks like this. Where's the Senate? Where's the large temple? Where's the Colosseum? Where's the luxury palace, the hippodrome, and all the other cool stuff you just saw there?
My governors think money grows on trees.
There's the debt. Were we looking for that? There's the fire. Were we looking for that? Okay, I was waiting for this to burn down, to be fair. Hopefully it... Oh my god, the prefect burned down. Sure. I guess that means prefects actually have a fire risk? I never thought about it. But that was definitely the prefect. Hopefully the fire spreads and takes out the engineer post. Don't even want them there. Dun, 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 dun. I want my trade people to be able to walk out through here one way or another. I didn't get rid of any of the temples, did I? No, okay. Sure love being in debt, but could I not be in debt right now? That might be difficult. I don't have a lot of things to export for money anymore. There's a reasonable chance we die to debt. If Togaboy attacks, he attacks from here, and unless I pre-stack my army, I can't take care of that. I am going into even further debt. What's happening? Not good things. Far from good things. Ah, well, we're making even less money on oil now. How unpleasant. Baron is at the ready for my debt endeavors. Oof, the range on this is just not quite good enough for how I extended you out. However, what I can do is this? Oh, well, I can spend more money. It's always an option, right? I like the fact that water can pass through reservoirs, but then I can water these people. Building them up to patricians on the double is feasible, but the money says it's not. My money says it's not. Not really making money on exports anymore. I think I need to turbo tax, and turbo tax means turbo debt. Because I need to build up a lot, and I mean a lot of unemployment sponging to grab what I can off of these people. And I'll probably need to bring these people up to small insulae. I'll see if I can get into the black at the turn of the month, and I will ultra tax in the hope that that can happen. Man can hope. Yeah, they don't want to buy any more of my marble. You know what? I'm going to do something. I was thinking about lowering wages, but my city sentiment would immediately die if I did that. All right, can I get into the black at the turn of the year with my super taxation? Oh, they're going to sell me some clay right now, aren't they? No, no clay for me, please. Just keep me in the black. Yeah, you go away. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It's all black all the time around me. I even paid him a tiny amount of tribute. Okay, very good. So, what we need to do now... Our people are going to be very unhappy, but that's okay. Let's make them a little bit happy by lowering our... lowering our taxes to 4. I'm going to do a small festival to Mars. And now we have to do something which is unpleasant, but we're doing it anyway. And that is erecting a whole lot of labor sponge. Normally I would prefer to do mission posts. But the sad truth is that fountains are cheaper. 15 denarii, they employ 4 people each, whether or not they pipe water. And you have a lot more granular control over them. They also take up less space, because you don't need road access for them. Normally I use missionary posts, but those cost 100 each, employ 20 people, and take up a 2x2 slot, but require a road as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell my people that they have to work on the pipes, pumping air through these fountains. And I'm putting the fountains on this high ground because I don't plan on building anything else here. How many of these am I going to need? I think the answer is yes. Which currently my city is going to die a monetary death if I don't get all these people employed. But employing people and taxing them is a profitable endeavor, even if they live in hovels, which a lot of my people do. I'm not proud of that, but they do. Yeah, maybe I'm a little proud. How many of these damn things have I built now? Probably about 1/3 of what I need. Alright, let's have a look. Unemployment was 870. Now it's... ignore that. Whoa, actually, that employed too many people. Slightly. Good enough. Kind of good enough. I have too much marble, so what I can actually do is I can cut back on that a little bit, and then we're okay on the unemployment numbers, and then we can engage in the ultra tax. Okay, so I didn't get any effect from 4% taxation. Do I want to boost these up to small insulae? Can I boost them up to small insulae? Difficult questions. They would need quite a bit of entertainment. They'd need education, a bathhouse, but they do have access to the pottery here, and I think it is a profitable endeavor. Well, I think it is. Dun 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 dun. I might leave it for a little bit. Maybe a poor idea. No, I really should make more money on these guys. They're all nice and registered for tax, but they're not paying as much tax as they could, which is unacceptable. Alright then. Here's your entertainment. Don't enjoy it all at once. You will, in addition, require a library, and I'm not opposed to cutting down some of these houses, because it's better that they just pay more taxes to me than any other consideration that I have. Do you all have all god access? Yeah, kind of. So I can tear down these temples, which is unfortunate, but they need access to things. They need a bathhouse. They need a library. And they also need a theater. That'll be your job. You're now a theater. They're probably going to need another marketplace as well. That'll be your job. I need to stop them from becoming bigger than small insulae. So they're going to lose their doctor access. Where's the doctor? Goodbye. And they're also going to need an amphitheater, an actor colony and a gladiator school. There's the actor colony. Here's the gladiator school. There we go. They'll also need some desirability, but we'll get to that. And then the ultra taxation begins. Don't worry about the lack of employees. They will get more because these are growing, and that'll allow new people in. New people who may or may not like me, but that's maybe not my problem. I'd rather have my people not like me than the Caesar not like me. Spent 3.3 thousand denarii on 220 fountains. You question the governor? Well, you'd be right to do so. Enemies are at the door, breathing down my throat. Unpleasant. Save and save often, and try desperately to dig your way out of debt. They're not very happy about the undesirability of the location. I could just plaza it up, spending even more money. There we go. Spend money to make money. And there's a lovely festival that's going to make people feel that they're pleased with me. Ah, see. It's all part of the plan. Trust the plan. Did I re-enable imports of clay? Yes, I did.
Everywhere you look in this city, there are job vacancies.
We don't hear that line often, because normally I have loads of unemployment.
That fat lady up front. Oh, these baskets are so heavy.
I'll tell you what, it'd be quicker to push these goods to Rome than where I'm going.
Citizen, this place needs more workers.
Where is he?
Ô, meu chefe, a cidade tá precisando de um trabalhador, né?
Damn mumbly brelics. Tax income man. I can't see because of my legions. Maybe he's elsewhere. No, he's just fanning about collecting taxes.
Det här huset betalar verkligen så lite skatt att det slöseri med min tid.
No sign of...
Den här stan, ja, den behöver omedelbart fler arbetare.
Oh gosh, the water is fluctuating because of the employment numbers. That's okay. As I said, we will get the workers in. I'm not going to spend money tearing down fountains that I need to put back up because of that. They require more entertainment, but that's okay. They're just waiting for the gladiators to arrive. I'm sure they'll arrive any day now. Wait, what was with the fountains? I missed that. Low unemployment makes people happy. Even if they have make work. To be honest, that's really nice, right? Your job is just, you know, you don't have to do anything. I've had plenty of work where I don't have to do anything. And I've always enjoyed it. Some people say, oh, it's boring. I want to feel like I'm doing something with my day. Well, more fool you. That's the way I'm looking at it. Right, these places refuse to evolve because of entertainment, but they have an amphitheater and a theater. Okay, the theater access isn't going all the way around yet. I'm sure it will. The amphitheater is. I'm sure the theatre walker will come out and down around here eventually. Eventually. Entertainment walkers can be such a pain in my bits sometimes. Oh, they're finally coming from here. Right. Obliterate them. And if somehow that's not enough, send in the reinforcements. It had better be enough. I'm counting on it being enough. This is kind of unfair. You can just stack the invasion point and murder them when they come on in, and it's usually plenty, no matter what's coming your way. I have had it fail, though, and it feels really bad when it fails. What the hell is going on here? You have amphitheater access. The amphitheater has no gladiators. Oh, I see the problem. There's a road here, and that's stopping the gladiators from spawning. The game has weird interactions with roads that are diagonally adjacent to buildings, and it hates buildings having multiple road accesses that are not connected. Also, speaking of hatred, the perfect hatred from Caesar might be quenched if I give him that wine that he's after. So we're going to have to stockpile wine for now. Ah, L'Ursulant, who said they're not going to be using their sword, suddenly uses their sword. What could they mean by this? Alright, I gotta get myself out of debt before the turn of the year, but not to blow my own horn too hard. I'm doing a pretty bloody good job of it. Do not underestimate the power of omega taxes. I don't. Yeah, suddenly the taxes, which, yeah, here we go. Last year, the entire year, I made 6,300 in taxes, which only, not even 50% more covered the wages, and the imports were brutalizing me. It is currently August. I've already made about $1,500 more on the taxes, and there's still months to go. Wonderbar. Gonna shove more of my employment sponges up here because there are still people that want to move into those small insulae of mine. The fact that it didn't evolve to small insulae might be a blessing in disguise because it gave the clinic access time to die away. And now, even when the marketplaces get furniture, which they might, and even if these places get access to that furniture, they won't evolve because they're going to say, ooh, I need access to a doctor. And I say, no. Do not give your people good healthcare. It makes them live longer. People living long beyond retirement is bad. Just let them die. They'll be happier. They'll be much happier as ghosts. Okay, I ignored these people because I don't have the money to pay attention to them, and I still don't have the money, so they're just going to have to sit by like this for a while.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I would like some top quality goods, Lucky, but do you have any? What I will do is build a bunch of marketplaces. Because that way the food gets distributed, so I have more of it backlogged, and I'm going to need it backlogged in due time. I even shove a marketplace out here. There we go. Might need more than that, might need less of it. We'll see how the market ladies deal with going here for furniture, pottery, wine, and oil. The 100-year-old bug is fixed in this version, no? Yes, yes it is. But that still leaves people aging for 50 years and not contributing towards the city with their employment. Not that you have to care about that during most normal runs. That's only when you're making eternal cities. Alright, we got the goods for Toga Boy. Here's your vino. He's so angry. What can possibly be done about him? I'm not getting a lot of opportunities to make Caesar less hostile towards me. And the favor requirement is huge. It's 95. Also, I can't give him gifts. That means in order to keep Caesar happy, I need to give him everything, not be in debt at the turn of the year, which we have miraculously been able to avoid so far. As long as your unemployment's under 5%, you'll get maximum city... You know what, why don't I just show you the numbers? Citymood.png, here you go. This is everything that affects city mood. So if the tax rate is 0, you get +3 city mood. If it's 25%, you get -6. You want to tax as much as possible, so go 25%. That's -6 you have to overcome. So feed everybody food, that's +1. +2 if you do 2 types of food, but nech to that most of the time. Pay 8 above Rome, that's another 4, so we're looking at -1 total now. And then have unemployment below 5%, that's another 1. And that will keep your city mood stable at whatever it's at, and then you can periodically pump it up with small festivals if your if your unemployment ever goes a bit too high. Although my preferred route is just to drop taxes to 4% for a little bit, so I get a massive sway in city mood. Alright, Toga Boy's going to demand a lot from me, because he's going to look at just how much money I've made. Well, maybe. Maybe.
Governors think money grows on trees.
Caesar's already unhappy at the idea of me not giving him all the money ever. Such a greedy bastard. Is below 0% unemployment another +1? No. No, it is not. There is no difference in city mood between having unemployment 4% and having 400 missing employees. People are happy about all of that. So it's better just to have as much unemployment within happiness limits.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Where's money going? It must be importing the expensive clay and lumber. And I suppose the iron, because iron is shot up in price. I have to pay 100 per unit of iron. Am I even making profit on weapons? Somehow, yes. Wait, can I even sell weapons? No, weapons are only sold by boat, so weapon exports are off. Let's just turn off that then. Boy, these are expensive.
There's not enough food in this city. It's encouraging crime.
Is that true? No, it's not true. He just thinks there's not a lot of food because we have a lot of people, but not a lot of full granaries. Okay, the Emperor is saying that he's full of gratitude, but he's still extremely displeased with me. What else is new? The markets are loading up on food, which is good. Food is indeed good. The wheat farms are delivering up to here, rather foolishly. I'm going to cut back on one of these, just so I have a bit more wheat up here. There are more people here, so that's more mouths to feed. In fact, I'm going to cut back on both of these because we don't export much of either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1 too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 2 too many. Blunk. Going to reduce my production of these, which does cause unemployment. The people who had a lovely job stomping the wine into... stomping the vines into wine. Don't like not stomping on fruit all day, so I'll have them pump air all day. By the way, the whole turning... Oh, that's bad. I don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year. I'm still uber taxing, right? Of course I am. The uber taxes should help me as long as we don't have some expensive clay imports. Oh god, I think I did end at the turn of the year in debt. No, we were able to pay tribute. So we were in the black. Caesar took his tribute. That put me in debt, but that actually makes it okay. So I believe I only lost 2 favor. 2 is the standard amount of favor you lose every year. You can reduce it down to just losing 1 per year by lowering your salary below what Caesar has dictated for you. Unfortunately, Palmar made this map and set me at citizen salary, which is 0. You can't go lower than 0, so you're always going to be losing 2 favor a year to Toga Boy and his impatience. Can't catch a break. And I'm beginning to see why Caesar's so mad. He thinks I am Palmar. The name that I've been given here is just Palmar. Okay, I need to get my patricians on the go, regardless of debt concerns. We have all the goods, we just need to give them all the services, and we have all the unemployment to dig into that. So I suppose we get to work. The question is how? I can water the center part here nice and easily, but the bigger question is how do we get water to these folks? Means I need to push the water a little bit out. Which isn't too hard a thing to do. For example, I can put the water there and still have this area for another statue or even a Patrician, but I think I need a statue because the desirability here will be tough. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I got 2 spare spots here, but I can go blunk blunk. That'll cover them all water-wise, at least. Yeah, somewhat. Mm-hmm. I like to put out my little houses like this and then block them in. Although statues are expensive, you know what? I'm going to use road because it's cheaper. The road will keep them locked in. You need to go out in this direction. That'll be fine. Gonna need more in the way of statues here, of that I'm quite certain. Feels a bit bad, but hey-ho. And this is the space I have for services. Doesn't feel like a lot, does it? But the biggest one's the Colosseum, physically. Just slam that down right here, right now. And we're going to give them all of the things that they need over here, right? I can put you and you here. As for the actor colony, I might get away with putting that further back, but space is limited. On the plus side, the actor colony is a desirable building, so I could build it around here, just really rather not. Oh, what's this? Space for it? I could wang you in there. Yeah, I don't see a problem. The problem is if people need labor access and they just walk up here, they're going to find diddly squat. Unless I were to underhandedly do this. This will never amount to anything more than a tent. But to that I say too bad. That's a good start. Now, services. Schools are one of the most problematic ones to put in. Well, they are the most problematic thing to put in. They're undesirable as well, but I think I just need to shove one here and here and hope for the best. Yeah, hoping always gets me as far as I need to go. Library is needed. L'Hôpital is needed. Hey, there's space for hospital and something else here, but also 1, 2, 1, 2. Hospital goes here. The academy is a very desirable neighbor. I'm going to shove it here to make up for the reservoir dog. Slam down a forum so everybody gets taxed. The forum should be able to... No, actually, the forum is a bit chaotic. Normally, when a walker passes your house, you've got this huge amount of time before your access goes away. I forget how long it takes, but it's something like 4 months, maybe. The tax guy, it doesn't show you the access, but it lasts a very short amount of time. It's maybe 2.5 months. So I want to make sure the tax guy just always does a loop around here, and he should always do it from here. Whereas if I put him here, there's a chance that he just keeps wandering off over in this direction and not taxing these people. But that should keep him within the loop. I'm going to need a bathhouse, no doubt about it. I'm going to want more marketplaces than I have here, but we'll see how much space I have once I put everything else down. So education's done. Entertainment will require an amphitheater and a theater. And all the entertainment district is done. Godliness. They're going to need 2 gods, I think. Neptune and Mars are currently deeply displeased with me. Neptune and Mars. This is costing a lot of money, by the way. Don't know if you've noticed the crippling debt that I'm continuing to throw myself into. It's all part of the laugh, right? All part of the hustle. Right, so they will also need little 1x1 things, which I, of course, not... Oh, wait. There we go. There's one of them. And a little space for a doctor. There we go. They get a doctor. They get a barber. So health is done. Godliness is done. Education is done. Entertainment is done. Taxation is done. They shouldn't explode. And the goods are all there. So any space I have left over is for patricians and or additional marketplaces. I'll put a marketplace here. because we never trust these guys to actually get all the market access they need. There's a potential for another Patrician here, but do I trust that? Not sure I do. Closer they are to getting all these goods, the happier I am, but the market ladies are sometimes very chaotic and just bugger off. Have to keep in mind that they need to be able to reach that, and if it's more than 40 away, they won't go for it. So these market ladies might just not go there, despite me needing it. Hey, huh? Let's shove on a market lady here and then see how it goes. As expected, this will cost me in terms of unemployment, so we'll trim away some of our fountain works.
Citizen, this place needs more workers.
Gosh, they need rather a lot of more workers. There we go. These places appear to have all been filled up with additional people, so we can't expect more workers. So yeah, I do have to trim away at this. Oh well. Fine by me. They did their job. You can see why I like to have about 5 grand and some hundreds of unemployed people before I start building up patricians, just to keep it safe. Or as safe as one can do. I guess you, but you're not watered, so if I shove you... Ugh, the rock! Such a good place, and the rock is taking it up. It would water both of those guys. Also, you are lacking water, but at least that I can deal with. Marek and his rocks are the Marocs, but what's Palmar and his rocks? What's another word for rock that begins with a P?
This city seems all right.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas.
Beleza.
BR.
Palmar's pebbles. Well, that makes sense since they're so small. The might of Rome cannot overcome these pebbles. Someone said Palmar's pebbles. I kinda liked it. Perverse individuals around here. How about Palmar's perversions? Gotta be careful in the numbering here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm only looking for 12 of these things. So I'm actually going to relocate this one down here a touch, because this could be useful for a desirability booster. I mean, truth be told, I'd love to have the Senate. Oh my, look at that! The Senate would fit here nicely. Which means my own personal palace would fit here nicely. Is that so? I like the idea of having my own personal palace. Let's see what we can do in that regard. Do I just slam it down now? It's not a cheap thing to do. Look at that. That really makes a statement. It really does. A statement that I have 700 denarii to spare. Some people also say that they never see the Senate often enough. Go on then, we'll do Senate. It's not as powerful as my palace, but we're getting it. Also, Toga Boy wants oil. I don't really have oil to spare you, man. Oh well. That might make desirability a little tough to get, especially for the people here. But, wouldn't you know it, I've got a large space for oracles at the back row. So I think we can make it work. The impact of the Senate really isn't that great in terms of desirability. I might just struggle on desirability around here. Look, it's only 21 on this square. But I have confidence that we can overcome these problems. The bathhouse isn't making the rounds. I don't like that, but I'm sure they will. Well, I'm sure she is, but she won't. The loop appears to be just a little too big for her. Ah, okay. Go figure. There would be inflation. Gotta keep paying more. Gotta keep feeling fiscal pressure until I have my patricians online. So you're gonna come out to here, huh? That I don't actually quite like. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm going to purge this later on and replace it with something else. Maybe an oracle. I want to be a bit closer to the Senate. Ugh, putting the Senate here was a bad idea, but I want it, basically. It should be a nice centerpiece of the Patrician district. And I am grossly aware of how undesirable this area is, so let's just bite the bullet and build 2,000 medium statues, and look what it does for desirability. Pretty bloody good things. Yeah, that place that was 21 is now 46. Small statue, medium statues have a range of 4, so this guy is affected by this statue, this statue, this statue, and this statue. Although there is a reduced effect at range. Let's keep these people watered. And do make sure that nothing's burning down. Patricians burn down like anybody else. Make absolutely sure they won't burn down. Unemployment's lovely and low. Only 18 people out of 5,800. You could fit my home village in here about 14 times. And I tell you, the unemployment rate would not be scaling like that.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I've never seen this before. Just the dock, the ship guy just unable to do anything because I destroyed the dock at a very inopportune moment for him. Right, I don't think this will ever be desirable enough for you to want to live here, but I'll give you some water just in case. Money's going up, as well it should.
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
Wow, is even Brelix not going to complain? You might wonder I'm calling Brelix. Brelix did the custom community voice line for this dude.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
What a guy. Oh, and our resident ninja as well.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
Att det är slöseri med min tid.
Yeah, he's going to complain about low taxes, but what about when he's not taxing people? What does he think about my awesome city?
Ja, denna stad, ja, den verkar fungera väl.
Verkar fungera indeed. Man, I run a tight ship.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Oh, native uprising. I was told there were 2 types of enemies. Now, somewhat fortunately, the boys in blue, these guys are really easy to kill with legionnaires. The problem is, they are very fast and legionnaires are very slow, so you have to hope that they don't very aggressively run into your city and mow it down before your heavy infantry can respond in kind. The main army is on its way as well, but these guys are just here to distract me. Okay, they're not immediately gunning me down, which is wonderful. That gives my units time to block them off entirely from entering the city. What are you guys doing? Get in turtle formation. There we go. Those losers are going to die. I thought they weren't academy trained. I must have lost 1 or 2 and then got the training done. Oh yeah, look at that. My god, they've come in their pajamas and that's it. I got nothing against Pepper's Quakers. The problem is when you get attacked by 200 of them at the same time, they form this diamond that punches through your formation, and it's very, very unpleasant. Speaking of unpleasant, the old Torag back in Rome can get his oil, meaning I don't need to keep stockpiling the stuff, I can keep trading it. I wonder about that one. If he ever keeps demanding oil, that's going to be a problem. I can't shake the feeling that I'm going to be in hot water with my market ladies having to go so far for pottery and furniture. But I don't have a good setup for not doing that. Well, that's not true. I could get rid of this market and have it instead be a warehouse that gets both pottery and furniture. The problem, of course, is that excessive pottery and furniture is still going to be delivered down there, so it would overflow. I guess I just have to rely on lots of markets then. You are still not getting bathhouse access, telling me the bath lady simply doesn't walk that way. I hope other buildings walk that way. The librarian takes their time, but they do get down. How about the school? Schools do get everywhere. Well, that's good. Schools are normally the very chaotic walker. The entertainment? Coliseum worker? Yes. The amphitheater? Yes. The theater? Yes. The academy? Yes. The hospital? Barely, but yes. Okay. So it's just the bathhouse. I often say the bathhouse lady is one of the worst walkers. I guess it's time for you to finally be purged. You will become a bathhouse. Sorry, Nikki.
Oh, these...
I've been thrown out of my home.
What a shame, Nikki. I'll keep this bathhouse and decommission it once I'm sure these people are getting access. Dun 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 dun. Are they named after the chatters? So a long time ago, I went and I changed the names of invaders and patricians to supporters of the channel. The problem is I've forgotten how I did that. So I don't know how to go in and change them again. Because, you know, I changed this about a decade ago. Some of the people don't watch anymore. Some of them are probably dead. Let's be real here. So I'd like to go and revisit it and add it with my new updated customs names list. But I can't remember how I did it. And I haven't spent the time to go and relearn how. McCain says the important thing is that I'm in it. Yes. The golden oldie McCain is still there. You don't want to evolve... Well, you know what? There's a very easy way to evolve patricians from desirability, and there it is. Plaza Plenty. This will negatively impact my employment numbers, but that's okay. That's what we have all of these to delete for. Chunk. That was almost too many of them, but not quite. Now they're waiting on wine, but they want to wait long. The wine is right there. I do worry about the furniture. See, there's not a lot of marketplaces that stock furniture. They're going to be put under quite a bit of pressure. Although it does mean the non-furniture ones are under considerably less pressure, so maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. But it could be. It could be every bit as bad as I'm making it out to be. Dun, 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 dun. The unemployment rate is now growing. That's fine, it's just a -1. People are indifferent. Well, I can make them different by having a little festival. Yeah, the YouTube demographics are getting a bit scary, aren't they? Right, a large statue or two will take care of the problems here, and then we get our first of many large villas. Please don't degrade on me. Yeah, we're fine. They can't get better than that because I don't have a third food type to give them. The third food type would be vegetables, which I'd have to import by sea. And if I have a dock here, I can no longer have water. As I mentioned when I was first playing through this map, I found a second water source, but Palmar told me it was not intended, and he immediately sent me an updated version, which removed that water source. Oh no! It didn't work out for you. And I don't think that was a desirability issue. I think that was a your markets suck issue. There's no gardens available, so I have to use one-by-one statues, sadly. Yeah, the market can get food, but it can't get... Oh, wait, the oil. Services are suffering here. Yeah, the oil got gobbled up. It might take a while for goods to actually properly disperse through this. Ah, well, I've faced worse, probably. Gonna put that so they don't evolve in awkward ways for me. There we go. Lovely, happy people. How are you still not getting access to the bathhouse? The bath lady just refuses to walk around here. Oh, bath lady, how I hate you so. That means a market lady wouldn't walk around there either. But I do need a better place for the market, for the bathhouse then. Where could she go? Where do I even have available for her? There is a chance that if I shove her up here, she will walk the correct way. It's not a great chance, but all she needs to do is walk this far. We'll see what we can do with her. Hey, look who's back. Large Villa got their oil. Yeah, those markets are under some pressure. You're probably going to run into desirability issues, but you might not. Let's pray that you don't. And I can do more than pray, I can give you an oracle. What the heck is this? Oh man, as I suspected, the markets are going to be quite problematic for a while. But I'll tell you what's not problematic, my coffers. The coffers are looking good. And I like good looking coffers. Your desirability issues are another story altogether, though. Fortunately, I can do this, because I know what I'm doing. Boom. Boom. Just kidding. Oh, well. Just kidding. It'll be fine. Since they've grown into this square, it'll be very desirable for them. They have the statue and they have a very concentrated amount of plaza on the corner. And they only care about the most desirable square, which will be this one, right? 54? No, this one, 57. Yeah, more desirable than these squares now that you grow out to it. But yeah, 57 there is pretty damn good. Can't believe the market didn't get a better look. Markets also evolve in how they look when it becomes very desirable around them. But I don't know what the cutoff is. I'm kind of shocked that it's not... Oh, there we go. It must be 50 then, right? That's crazy. 50 desirability to make them look really good. More than 50? It's also possible they care about a certain tile. Okay, there we go, 52. Or maybe it's 30 plus on their northernmost tile. God knows. This stuff down here is hideously unstable. Because of the market ladies. Market chaos. Can I get away with lowering my fruit amount? 160, 320, 4, 520. No, I actually need 4 or else it won't work out. And I can't see a way to shove the 4th one elsewhere. This warehouse is my biggest problem. But I can't think of a reasonable way to bring the furniture further down. Well, I can think of an unreasonable way to do it. I don't like it, though. Hey, ha. Well, not liking it's not the problem. I do need it down here, so this is what's going to happen. I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to have this be a dedicated furniture warehouse. And the gladiator school is going to go here. My units are already academy trained. I don't need another one. I just hope that this gladiator school actually produces gladiators for here and doesn't just send them all up there. If it does, there's going to be a huge devolution crisis here. Let's check Colosseum. No working dock, I'm well aware. But what do? Do you send gladiators down? Do you produce gladiators at all? Ah, you're sending them up. I need them down. Entertainment walkers are one of the few things I don't fully understand in this game. You know, the way they work, how they distribute, which entertainment venues they actually go to, it's all a mystery to me. But it's a problem that you're not coming down here. So I need to rectify that. The question is how? Is this entirely too much pottery? No, it's entirely not enough pottery. Okay, here's another thought, and it's maybe a little crazy. The gladiators can go anywhere, but the lions cannot. So I'm going to shove the lions over here, and they must go towards the Colosseum. And the gladiators here will be closer, so they'll want to go there. As expected, the loss of entertainment has made these people very unhappy. That should work out a bit better, though. Don't worry, though, my little settlement is fiscally sound enough for this not to be too much of a problem. But I'm going to solidify this before I force everybody up to be patricians. I mean, look at these guys, struggling. But they'll struggle a little less with this thing here grabbing furniture. I should make sure that this one does not grab furniture, by the way. Whew. A little tough getting these patricians operational. Like I said, the landscape isn't the best to work with here. But I'm the best to work with when it comes to making Caesar 3 maps. The road is cut. Wouldn't that make them go up? There's a road that's cut? The road isn't cut up here. There's a full connection from all the way up here to all the way down here, which is not something I normally like to do. But I'm insisting that it's okay. And if I'm insisting it's okay, it must be fine. There's a road cut in the south. I don't see a road cut in the south. Never mind, it's not cut. It was the road below an aqueduct. Oh, you mean here? Yeah, that's not cut. That goes through an aqueduct. You can do it, kid. You're the best. Ooh, well, maybe these are the kids that can do it. They're attacking up here. I will bring in all the reinforcements, because like I say, you don't want to mess around with the Helvetii. What if there's a surprise attack whilst my army is dealing with that? Knowing that I get surprise attacks makes me a little bit antsy about pulling all of these back. You know what? One unit of them can stay behind, just in case. Boy, that's a fair few of them. Alright, stay back. Don't intimidate them into attacking us. We don't want that. But do face them. It's actually detrimental if you don't face your enemy. Oh, that's a problem. That is a lot of wine that I'm not willing to give Caesar right now. I need it for my patricians. Kind of interesting that the wine workshops aren't working full pelt. That's probably my fault, though. I think I reduced the amount of wine I was producing. Oh, no, it's because this thing exists. Even so, why are these not working full pelt? Must be a distance problem. Right. I have a few problems to solve at once. Okay, everything makes sense to me now. Caesar wants how much wine? 20 wine. I think I'm actually going to see if I can produce some wine over here. Ugh, that freaking rock! Okay, new plan. The new plan is to produce the wine here. It's a good plan. yeah, I like that plan of Caesar should get his own smegging wine, but... despite the ongoing attack. I have to send my builders out here to erect a farm. Three should be fine. Do not trust these things not to explode. Prefect and... Prefect and a single engineer is fine. Don't need multiple engineers. And of course a swear house for all the swearing. There we go. That'll get the excess. I can switch this out for oil later on if Caesar demands yet more oil. Which you could. He's a rotten old toad like that. Now, where's my army? We could be running into problems here. The Helvetii are powerful, and my prefect has decided to go and coax them into an attack. I might need this army over here. Get closer, lads.
Paid enough to fight. I'm not paid enough to fight. The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through. I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
In vanilla Caesar 3, this line doesn't work. Julius went and fixed all the broken lines, except for one. You can very rarely get an emigrant who, when you speak to them, they say, "Another day in that tent and I would have exploded." And that line still, to this day, does not work. It might not exist. There's a slight problem with the prefects engaging like this. They shirk their fire duties. But this is far enough away not to be a problem. There we go. Not bad, but not great. Right, we took some losses there, and they got scarily close to my city. Does that mean that I want to erect some walls here or not? I'm unsure. Would be nice to buy a little time, and it would be nice that the prefects don't go out and draw aggro again. Let me just have this, see if it can dissuade them from going on a rampage for a little while. So this little poor hovel here, which I do feel bad for it being a hovel, let's make it not a hovel, is going to provide all the labour that these places need. Also, I'm short on labour. Unthinkable. And very bad for me. You don't want to be short on labour ever when you have patricians, because it can stop very vital patrician-related movement. Let's have all these evolve to their logical extremes. Oh, that is good. Oh, I'm just thinking about the money. Some of them waiting on wine, some of them waiting on more food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, 13? I didn't say 13, I said 12. Maybe we're fine with this. The wheat farms are undesirable, but Plaza is extremely desirable, so that should keep you happy. I'm all about keeping my patricians super happy. I can even give you a tiny little bit of statues of me to make you even happier. Although that's not good enough. How do we make it good enough? Medium statues wouldn't actually affect you from this distance. A large statue here. I wouldn't get a large statue here. Getting more desirability there is not trivial. It's quite the opposite of trivial. What I can do is switcheroo. Give you the fruit farm next door instead of the wheat farm. Fruit farm is a desirable neighbor. He's still hurting, though. What is the problem down here? Fountain water. Well, whatever. Well, whatever. That's pretty clever. Let's just try and prevent some huge problems here. Hey, what happened down here? Did they lose access to something? Inevitably so, but the question is what? Don't grow in this direction. Dubious. How many people are employed in emptying the, working the empty water fountains? Just, well, almost 804. But we once again have employment problems, so I'm going to trim those away. It might have been a temporary flux in employment stopped, say, the doctor from making his full rounds here, and that would have caused devolution. That's probably actually what happened. Distant battle, but my armies look pretty ferocious. Right, what were we looking at here? This guy might not make it in terms of being a full-on patrician. I could make him into a small medium villa, though. That is not beyond what I can do. Wait, I thought the whole idea was I was going to get rid of this. Yeah, I can get rid of you, actually. There we go. That'll do it. How you like that? And don't say not at all, say tons. They really don't like it. I really want that to be a large villa. I could remove this and turn it into an oracle. And then move the library down here. Trying to think of any other jiggeroo that I can do for this. The double prefects here are actually quite undesirable. I could migrate those as well. That would work out. It would work out quite a bit. We can check the actual desirability numbers, but given the plan is to only have 12 of these anyway, I think we're fine. Well, 13th one is probably good. Alright, we'll try and have 13, so I won't destroy you. That means we're keeping you. That means we're actually getting rid of these prefects, migrating them elsewhere. Which is no big deal. Not yet, at least. And that means we switch you out with some small statues, which is a slight bump up in desirability. And now we've gotten considerably better. A little push and we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That wouldn't quite cut it. We should do a check on desirability then. Where can we pump out just a little bit more? So the desirability requirement for a large villa is 58. The squares are currently 51. Oh, there's 55 here. That's very good. So this little square here needs 3 more desirability. That's all. That's not a lot. It's really not a lot. In fact, it's such a not a lot that what I can do is this. I'm just too good. Would like it that you can actually get around here, but what was the square? It was there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Easily done. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This will be number 14, of course. Might be desirability issues this far down. Well, actually, no. This square is already 58, so we're good. Perhaps even too good. The money is rolling in. The unemployment is only 10 people in a town of 6,100. I played all the annos and none of them even came close to the difficulty of this game, says Nightshade. Is Caesar a difficult game? Could have fooled me. No, let's not get too cocky. We might be rich and well established right now, but we shouldn't take it for granted. Clear up some unemployment so we've got a bit of leeway. As we mentioned earlier, there is, I believe, the doctor barely makes his rounds over here. Oh, well, he's currently not making his rounds over there. He will, though. But if we hold these stable and they all pay their mega taxes, then the absolutely crippling exports won't be a problem. I'm going to keep more oil on hand and more wine on hand. Marble we don't care about. The furniture I do care a little bit about. Let's keep some more of that on hand. And of course we don't dare export any pottery. We need that. But yeah, it feels good having money. Let's have a better house here, if at all possible. No, it's so undesirable being next to all of these forts. Negative 42, negative 45. No amount of plaza is going to fix that. Not sure how I could get away from tent labor there. And if they walk up far enough, they get access to the shack. And the shack ain't so bad. It's undesirable, but what isn't here? I can do that to make it slightly better. Actually, how good can this place get? Let's destroy their well and replace it with a fountain. I love it when my fountains are barely reachable, like up hills and things, but there's no way to slam it down there, sadly. No working dock. We will be spammed with that for the rest of this run until we hit 1,000 messages. What was that? Pottery. If you were still exporting pottery, it's not worth money to you anymore. Plaza is just this powerful. Slam down Plaza, and then even the most horrible place can be turned not too shabby. Well, maybe a little shabby. By building one extra Patrician, I have a bit of leeway on my undesirable building, or my low-quality buildings like this tent and these little hovels. This tent is a mark of shame on me, but I don't know what else I'd do, because I do need to guarantee labor access to these people. Yeah, that's a problem to think about if I end up eternalizing the city. These people have for a long time wanted a bit of plaza. I didn't give it to them because of money issues, but now we don't have money issues. Caesar is finally getting huge amounts of tribute. He's made back more than he invested in this city. Oh, speaking of things Caesar wants, we're working on that wine for him. That's what all these are here for. Yeah, I really like hovels as well, McCain. I like it in my towns where if I have a dedicated farming community, they live in the hovels. Even if it's just a few hovels dotted around, I think it looks nice. Obviously, gameplay-wise, it's bad, but nice thing about a city builder is it's very intrinsic motivation. Feels great. I don't like large villas, though. Let me build at least grand villas. Large villas just look so hideous. Uh-oh. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. How are you lacking entertainment? What did you lose? The Colosseum worker doesn't walk here often enough. That caused the last load of devolutions. Aha. Well, this is serious. Seriously bad. Yeah, look, he comes out here so infrequently that these places periodically lose access. Something must be done. I don't like the solution, but I have to do it, and this market has to die. And you have to be migrated here. And then the statue needs replaced, and hopefully you don't devolve due to lack of desirability. Actually, you probably will, given the difficulty it was to get that far in the first place. Whatever. I have to bite the bullet on this one. like I said, entertainment walkers are really chaotic like this. I hope you do actually head down to get to the Colosseum, actually. You should be producing gladiators, and they should come down here every now and then. I sure don't see them, though. Why are you doing this to me? No, he's going up that way. Oh, that's very, very bad. I need him to come down this way. Okay, I have to do something even more unthinkable, and that is destroy you, and place you here. Ow. Okay, that's going to hurt desirability. And I'm also going to need another replacement dude here. A distant Roman city is threatened, and only I can help. How large is this attack? It's average. Average is awkward. So average means it's less than 89 strength. 89 divided by... Ooh, how strong are my legions again? There's 16 times 3, right? Yeah, 16 of them with 3. Alright, so I can get away with sending 2 legions to this. I'm doing some quick maths off the stream there. I'll take one from the north and one from the south then. So we'll send in the Barons and the Uras. Ura and Barons, off you go. Save the city. Still struggling with that wine. Oh my god, that's because I'm exporting the wine. Please stop exporting wine for now. I'll turn it back on when Caesar gets his stuff. Alright, now this gladiator should be going down, and he will affect them, which is good. He won't affect these guys, though. That remains a problem. This guy is not going to get his access. Damn entertainment walkers. They ruined entertainment. Okay, even larger operation unthinkable is to put you there. But then you're probably still going to go up that way, right? Let's check. If I put you here, I realize I'm destroying my lovely patricians, but entertainment walkers continue to be a scourge. I hope that he spawns somewhere like here and walks down, but he might not. I need to keep a close eye on what he does, especially where he spawns. I haven't forgotten your request, Caesar. I'm on the case, you moany old toad. Okay, well, he does everything wrong. He spawns here and he goes that way. Moving the Colosseum itself is not much of an option. Yeah, it gets in the way of too many good things. It's not to say there's no option. Currently mentally exploring them. Using my mental elf. Ugh, this is bad. So when they were there, they were still going up that way, right? Yeah. Okay, I have a solution that I don't like, and we're going to do it. You still need to be there. This won't work out. This needs to go, and I need another patrician here. Hideous, I know. But what else can be done? That way I'm still at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 patricians. I think he spawns close enough to affect that. I can't have a patrician here, but I can have my market back. There might be a problem with desirability, but we'll cross that bridge. Actually, there's going to be a sizable problem with desirability here, I think. You don't want to improve, but you're going to have to. Well, I can tell them they have... There we go. That makes you a bit better. You're going to be in problematic city, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I want my 14th one back. Wait, no, 13 was the right number. Because 12 was the right number and I wanted to exceed it by 1, so maybe we're still okay. Walkers will try to spawn northeast first, and that is why. Thank you, Sudazima. I don't know my walkers well enough, it seems. We'll dispatch that. You're going to struggle on wine a bit, so go and get some, probably from over there. And we will re-enable our wine exports. You do not want to evolve because you hate that. That's not the only thing you hate around here. I'm going to get rid of these. Making this evolve with desirability is going to be tough. It's unlikely to make any odds here. What I could do is replace this with 2 oracles. Because not only do I put the oracles there, I can also put some small statues here. How do you feel about that? Nae bad, but nae good enough. It's close, but it's not quite there. I wish I had some gardens for it. Some gardens would allow it to grow into those gardens. Okay, what I can do is this. I can put down this medium statue. It'll probably evolve from that. Then I can get rid of the medium statue and hope that that's good enough. It is slightly good enough. Okay, this is on tender hooks. Because of my damn Colosseum not making its rounds properly. Otherwise, though, it's not too shabby. If these 2 just evolve nicely, then everything is fine and all is forgiven. That Colosseum Walker does go the way I want him to, right? Yes, he does. He goes perfectly. The Emperor is surprisingly not furious with me. He's only displeased. And I shouldn't have too much of a problem beating back the enemy legion, so favor should be going to good places. What is your problem? Probably some kind of market-related issue. I'm out of space to put down more markets, so the markets have to hold. That's not true. I have a forum here that I could get rid of. Because I have the Senate, and the Senate sends out a tax walker. The problem is the Senate tax walker might faff around up here uselessly. I need to see how he does on his other walk. I need him to walk around here.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
Och jobba. Take a right, take a right, take a right, take a right. Oh, not bad, not bad.
Det här husen betalar verkligen
så lite skatt.
Att det är slöseri med min tid.
What is the mean tid? So maybe I could get rid of this forum and replace it with a market if I think that's completely necessary. Because he seems to be doing his rounds otherwise. And the money is hardly a concern now. But the stabilization of my Patrician... Okay, he's working great. Additional marketplace it is. I am very surprised you haven't gotten multi-god access yet, but you will get it. There we go. There we don't go. You find it slightly undesirable. I can fix that. I can... There we go. Whew. Except you become a problem for me now. I can bring this a little closer. I can bring back a couple bits here. What a problem. What a conundrum. That's a little too far away to be much help, but it can be a little bit of help. Here's everything I can do to stack desirability here. There we go. Gotcha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's one more than necessary, which will allow a bit of leeway, but that prosperity should get up to 90. And if all else fails and it doesn't quite work out, I can dump some furniture on these plebes, bring them up to medium insulate, and that will get us there. Of that, I'm all but certain. Since we have some spare money, I'm going to spend it on defense. Not quite what I'm looking for. Da-dung. Just adding a bit of wall here to slow down the onslaught of the Helvetii. Now, walls in Caesar 3 are made of tissue paper. The enemy just looks at them and they crumble. But they will buy me a little bit of time. So little time. Don't need walls over here, and there's nothing else to worry about down there. Alright. What an ugly number of patrician buildings. There's not a lot of space to work with here, and there's bloody Maddox in the way. Did what I could. It's a good thing we got Plaza here. The desirability would be difficult to boost for that Plaza. Yeah, remove Plaza. This suddenly becomes a very difficult map. I knew it. I knew it. They take the opportunity of the average-sized force attack to throw a surprise attack at me. But I'm ready for it. At least I think I am. I realize I haven't saved in a while. Let's save. It's not an attack on you, Fish Lips 13, probably. Always forget about the 13 in your name, because, you know, you're just Fish Lips. Let's hope the walls buy a bit of time. Well, I don't need the other guys to arrive. Who could actually mulch you with what I have right now? Probably cheaper to just march on in. Come and have a go, you ugly bastards. The boys in blue got nothing on me. Oh, that's right, walls stop these projectiles. Yeah, they want to leave anyway. They did mulch a few of the Quakers, though, I think. But done and done right. You gotta wait for the corpse to fully desiccate before you can start building things. What did I just miss there? It looked like a demand for oil. That's because it was a demand for oil. Maybe I should just stop exporting this stuff. No, I have to keep exporting it, otherwise we end up with problems. Recht. Well, problems are as problems do. Let's tweak this out in exchange for olives. And that means some oil workshops are necessary. 1, 2, 3. Shove a fourth one over here, probably. I'll just keep both of them. No harm done. And then you now need to accept oil as well. There we go. And we will temporarily disable the exports of them, so we can have it for Toga Boy. Alright, the map I think is largely done now. Honestly, really well done, because we're almost at the population goal as well, and I didn't even use up this area that I was planning on housing plebeians at. I'm not satisfied with how the city looks. It's a little too detached because this area is empty. If this area was full of even a modest amount of plebeian housing, it would actually look really good. So maybe this is where I should put my last little dump of housing. The issue, of course, is that there's not a lot of fertile land left to feed them with. I can get 2 farms in here. Even though they're wheat farms, that's only going to feed 640 people. Could you put your own palace and a small patrician block there? I'm not putting more patricians in here. However, I could put my own personal palace somewhere around here. In fact, my own palace right there would work. Yeah, there you go. There's my palace. Looking down on everybody else. I don't like the fact that I have no amenities for my palace, but there you have it. Funny, in my head, you already had religious facilities. Well. I don't have a spare god to patronize you with. You know, I actually want Neptune unhappy so he sinks that bloody boat. Maybe let's not chance things at this point in the run. Unfortunately, putting these workshops here have made you unhappy, but I can make you happy. Say no to... say very big no to large casa. It's one of the worst housing type in the game. That did literally nothing. That also does nothing. These have a range of 3. What am I doing? Not thinking, that much is clear. What's the most desirable spot here? It's 18 over here. These guys are a problem. You know what, I can just make it less of a problem. Just murk it and move it over there. No point antagonizing these poor people. Love you, Mars. Da-dun-dun-da-dun. The most sensible thing to do is to wipe this out once I reach Caesar's demands and just shove down some farms and feed the final plebes I need. But like I said, the map is largely done. Just need that prosperity to rise up. The peace has a long way to go. Favor has a huge way to go. Actually, I'm very curious how you're meant to meet Caesar's incredible favor demands, because the goods demands haven't been very forthcoming. Dun, 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 dun. Nah, hovels are fine. Leave that as a hovel. Once the numbers settle, I'll get a good idea for what population I still need, but it looks like it's going to settle around 1,300 people, which is not a lot. That's essentially, what, 4 wheat farms? And the city looks lovely and stable, so I should probably just save my game and speed up. Save my game and speed up. The battle should give me, I think, 25 favor for succeeding. Constantly be spammed with no working dock. Very happy with this being rock solid. There's the furniture. There's the... hold on, that oil is meant for Caesar. Whoops. Keep the exports, not the imports, the exports going. Or else these people will run out of wine. Fortunately, it did come out of there. And there's not really any need for this now, is there? There we go. Slaughtered the barbarians. Raise the victory banner and enjoy having a staggering 61 favor, so the Emperor is finally satisfied with me. That's a first. Oh, hold the phone there. That's 2 attacks while my army is abroad. And this one's serious. This one's an actual Helvetii enemy army attack. Alright, well, I erected these walls. Are they going to do anything for me? And the Axemen are already chopping away with their gate cleavers. Although it's just one of them. Oh, well, it was just one of them. The rest of the heavy infantry are on their way. You know what? You guys will serve me better up there, I'm sure. Help them as they can. Oh my, this is pretty bad. They're gonna cleave through my army like it's not even there. Come, my heavy infantry at the final hour. Stop their advance. They're gonna mulch my javelin throwers. Save them. Ah, okay. I saw that javelin get the kill there. Pretty tight. having to defend multiple points across your city like this can be quite unpleasant. Especially with a map this rugged. But we made it happen. Will we get a post-Caesar 3 treat like a Slay the Spire run? I haven't touched Slay the Spire in ages. But no, that's not the plan. There'll be Caesar 3, and then tomorrow there'll be the weekly one-shot of poking all the toads. Well, there's nothing saying that somebody else can't be streaming. Always love it when other people in the community put up their own streams. Means I can put up my feet. Is this the evolved version of the Senate or not? It's hard to tell. It doesn't give me a preview of what the Senate looks like without its upgrades. I think it is the upgraded bit because it has this blue bit out front. It is, says Baron, who's got a keener eye than I do. Whoa, hold the phone. That's the third attack while my army is away. And this is, again, a real enemy army. Oh, and Toga Boy has a very measured response of wanting all of my marbles. I guess he's lost his. Oh, so we have a slight issue here. I already beat them back with my army, who is now down to about half strength. This is not a map that gives you towers. We might have to revoke the privilege here. Yeah, it also sounds like a more walls situation, doesn't it? I'm thinking lots more walls. As many as we can, currently. Alright, well, whether you're refreshed or not, I need you over here. Ah, jeez, my legions just got back to their forts as well. Alright, march on out again. I'm not saying this prefect defense will be needed, but I have the money, I have the people, and it could be the difference between life and death. So we take it. They'll get their employment from there, and then they will at least bung up the approaching Helvetii. Oh, no. Don't antagonize them like that. Well, antagonizing is exactly what we just did. And the ones that I thought were lasses already came and had a nibble at my walls. That's a lot of them, sire. It's not much of a tortoise formation when there's only 11 of you, but the reinforcements are on their way. I don't know where this guy was hanging out at, but he's coming. The walls are doing their job. Legions. Formation. Oh, God. Alright, they arrived just in time for them to break down my walls. The prefects are going in.
I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
Obscenus Hirsutus. Against Tarkin Rex the Capitulator. Well, that's a remark about just how long Tarkin Rex has been around here. And how many ice creams he's chewed on during our streams. Get stuck in, lads. No, 5 of the Javelineers still exist. Wow, I am putting those prefects down as a huge necessity there. There we go, death to them. Wow, I'm not sure I've ever had 3 attacks on my armies abroad, but there we go. Palmar pulling no punches. My army largely decimated. Do I have spare weapons for them? Oh, weapons at the wazoo. Alright, so, well, here's hoping. The barracks can churn out enough replacements. We know that we get local attacks as well, so there's nothing saying there won't be another bunch of pajama warriors to jump me. I'm also down 41 employees. How does this happen? What are demographics? I could cause problems here. The problem with being fought like that is I stopped paying attention to things like employee count. Could cost me a few of my patricians, which would be bad because they're a bit of a pain to reset up. Damn that Palmar. Alright, there we go. Super thick, chunky, reinforced wall. Maybe also reinforce this wall. Maybe reinforce it about as much as humanly possible. Some towers would go a long way here, I'm telling you. Oh, right, this is where all my employees went. Into the prefects, of course. Right, well, don't worry, they can enter a peaceful and voluntary retirement. But that does mean I need those fountains back. $119, no, $199, $99. A little bit more so we're safe and we're good to go. I was across the app listening on my speakers and I just heard, "Damn you, Palmar!" What happened? 3 attacks whilst my army was away on the distant battle. There's not much left of my so-called finest units. But we pulled through. We did have to... My mistake! 4 attacks! Whilst my army is off in service of the Empire. Oh Lord, not there. Oh, buggering, bollocking, bugger bollocks. Ah! And these guys have an attack order, so they're immediately gunning me down. Ah! My water. My water's been cut off, including from my patricians. That's not all we're losing here. Ah, my pottery! Oh, that was so cruel. Oh, they're on a rampage. And they came to get down. Gonna turn my whole city into kind of a town. I'm not sensing the same triumph that the game is telling me about, but sure. These guys have got to go, man. They've turned down my city. Everyone's turning into Nicky today. Apparently there's still enemies close by, so I can't rebuild anything. Ooh, I had a city once. He's still attacking. Well, it's a good thing we have a lot of time on this map, because I've got to rebuild everything. Worst of all, I've lost most of my supplies. Pottery's gone, wine is gone, oil is gone, the furniture survived. The citizens are gone. Wow, I cannot believe Palmar queued up 4 attacks while my enemy was abroad. And one of them being this instant with attack order right on your doorstep, locals. Ah, that hurts a lot. What a monster. What drives a man to be such a monster? You'll have to tell me because I don't know. Okay, first things first, we need to bring the water back. All of my people are living in Tent Town now. Whew. Well, I was saying we're pretty much done with the map, and that was about the only thing that could do any real damage. And it did.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
Don't worry, I'm busy bringing you some places to live. But yeah, replenishing the water supply is of vital importance here. Looks like it'll connect up. Fortunately, some of my markets survived, so these should be able to bounce back, but the numbers of people are looking a bit grim here, and there's a lot to rebuild, especially my supplies. So this was the warehouse full of weapons that I needed to replace my army that's now dead. And there is an attack on its way. And if you say, Jake, couldn't you have had more defenses? No, we do not get access to towers in this map. All we have is an army. And very close attack points, especially this one. That was unreal, right? Oh, big attack here. You move your army over. Wait, no, surprise attack here. Oh, man, freaking Palmar. Right, Temple to Venus. Let's bring that back before Venus gets any funny ideas about cursing me. And what do we have here? Weapons? Furniture. Furniture and furniture. Furniture and furniture. The weapon workshops are all up here, and they were largely spared. But this was the warehouse for clay and pottery. If these walkers would kindly stop using the ruins to walk along. Pottery and clay, and the water won't be restored until you, and you are brought back. And then this was another pottery barn. Off you trot. 2 more pottery barns. Okay, that's brought back. Now, what the heck was this? More army. You could only have 6 legions. And Palmar put a foreign attack. So I had to send minimum 2 of my legions abroad to deal with it. Which I did. I sent 2 of them abroad. And that means that for 4 attacks, including a scripted immediate attack, boys in blue, we spent all that time without that army in our... Oh my god, Nikki, get out of my freaking way! Right, there was a wheat farm here. Nikki. There was a granary here that accepted fruit, I believe. Because this is the wheat granary. Large statue. Another wheat farm. And these were 2 fruit farms, as I recall. Nikki. There we go. The market and the school died. Market and school. Alright, any more disasterific outcomes for my poor city? What was this? Engineer post. Better replace that or else everything falls down. They tore through my farms and a bit of other stuff here. There was an oracle here. Fortunately, it didn't destroy my marble, but Caesar destroyed his way through my marbles. This was housing. This was not important. That might have been important. It was a warehouse for whatever I produce up here. So for now, we'll just say wine and oil. And farms. 1 farm, 2 farms, 3 farms, 4, 5, and 6. walker's path over ruins, which can be annoying. Because as you're rebuilding, you can't build over the walkers. The barons go home. In fact, everybody ging home. Army's in shambles right now, needs to be rebuilt. You know, whilst we have another attack wave on its way. Market and Temple to Mars. You know, it's very befitting considering that the entry point here was how Togaboy was really pissed off at me, apparently having divine favor. I think Togaboy himself invited the Swiss over to fight me. But one thing that is rather nice is because all of these were merger points that I built on, they will re-merge nicely. Wait a second, I'm lacking 701 employees. Well, this will be a cost, but a cost we have to spend. I'm going to get rid of all of this useless stuff. And these guys have to go as well, sadly. Whilst we desperately wait for our people to come back. I lowered taxes to encourage people in. Don't want them getting angry at me over nothing. Have we had an earthquake? Yeah, it was right here. It cut off my access to these natives. Engineer... Wait a second. Prefects can catch fire, but engineer posts cannot. Why does that feel backwards to me? Okay, well, to my surprise, the Patricians are back already. That is actually quite surprising. They have a lot of goods here because the goods are still in the marketplaces that didn't get molested, but there were plenty of molested marketplaces. What in the world did I have here? There was a couple of warehouses, right? This warehouse was for oil and wine. But I'm going to change you to be the furniture one, and this will be the oil and wine one. May as well get. Oil, wine, oil. Alright, that should fill up in due time. There was something here, though. I think it was a lion pit. No, we moved the lion pit over there. I think I had a spare gladiator school or something. Did I? I can't remember what was here now. Hang on, we have the technology to check this. It was indeed the gladiator pit. Superfluous, I think. No, not quite. It was necessary. Alright, very good. Ugh, what once was. Population got about halved. Good news, Jake. Your demographics are reset. Not quite. The game takes demographics out in buckets, so it's shot. Look at this. God, the young were sent off to die. I'm telling you right now, that's not good news. Okay. Carry on.
There are so few workers here that someone even offered me a job.
Hilarious, kiddo. How are the gods feeling? Well, Mars is absolutely delighted, but otherwise we're looking okay. Yeah, there are some wrong mergers here, but that's alright, we'll make them right. The lack of employees means that not everyone's doing their walkers, so there will be Patrician problems, but we banked a lot of money, so we can handle Patrician problems. We just need to work through the lack of workers issue. And they're flowing on in, so it's not a big deal. These guys are back at least. I put taxes to 4%, not 0, right? Yeah, good. So we still have some money coming in. My peace rating won't be very happy. My prosperity rating is immensely unhappy. Good thing we have a lot of time to build it back up. But because I can't build a hippodrome, we're limited on how high we can build up prosperity. Well, we're always limited, but this time we're limited to a maximum of 10. Why are the weapons here and not here? Was there a reason for that? Yeah, the reason was this guy needs to shovel out the iron. But I think I will reverse it. You will take the iron and you will take the weapons. So that you don't have to go so far to shove the weapons into the barracks. which is quite important. Given that my army is more of an army-lit now. So anyone's guess where the next attack comes from, at least the pandas and the barons are ready to jump on anything here. But anything up north is a sizable problem. Holy crap, Palmar, that was something. You deleted your military academy, didn't you? I certainly did. But there were survivors, and the survivors will teach the rest of the crew. Yes. As long as one person is still alive with academy training, they're okay. And I'm not even sure that's true. It might be that they're fine as long as just the unit remembers that it was once trained. Point is, you don't need to keep them around. Okay, we're slowly fixing our employee number thing. Enemies are at the door. Rooty-toot-toot. Very slowly bringing back the furniture. What was the solution for this? I think the solution was for you not to exist. And then to bring you back. This needs to stabilize. The trade goods are the problem. I spent so long stabilizing my trade goods and now they are completely shot. It's alright, they will stabilize in time though. It's not like money's a problem. And there's a lot of prosperity to make back. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, it's a pottery problem. And that pottery is actually a really rather big problem, isn't it? Let's make more pottery. Let's make quite a lot more pottery. Alright, just relax. I have a lot of unemployment, but I have a lot of money, so we're okay. Just focus on getting people shoved back into the city. We got demographics reset, right? Oh my god, this is grim. But the armies are looking good. The barons, the Illustrajon booze up, and the pandas are back up to full strength. Ura is close. Less said about Quakers and Afdish, the better. Oof. Yeah, that prosperity looks so bad, because it is so bad. And it's not really going to go up unless I make money, so I do need to tax my people. I guess we'll make do with 14% tax for now. I need to do another labor dump. My poor clicking finger is not happy with this. Well, you know, this is what autoclicker was made for. I'll do that instead. Might give me a bit of a strobe effect on the fountains, but... Brrr. That felt like the kind of attack that John or Pepper would give me, not Palmar. Maybe Panda. Nice thing is you get a feel for different map makers. Whoa, that was actually too much. Quite a bit too much. I'll probably have to rebuild some of these, but for now let's try and keep employment numbers down. And re-engage Omega taxing. Because like I said, I need to make money or my prosperity won't go up. One of the biggest anchors for prosperity beyond your housing type is not making money. Oh yeah, good timing. I'm sure I've got plenty of oil to send you right now, Toga boy. How long did he give me to do that? I feel like the answer is not very. I didn't need that last one, but I will have it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Prefect. Prefect. Engineer. They work in dock, of course. Dum-da-dum-dum. Oh my. Okay, they're coming up from here, where my army is still in shambles. We're going to leave the Aftish's finest behind because those guys are in dire need of reinforcements. And if they're the only people still at their fort, then they're going to get 100% of the barracks reinforcements. The whole house merging randomly mechanic sounds so dumb. I never played these city builders. It's kind of dumb. But if you don't know about it, it does lead to rather organic looking cities being built, which is nice. Very nice. I'm gonna need my legions here on the double, lads. Because of the time it takes, they don't quite get there. Are you retreating? No, you're going around. Ah, that's a lot of them, sir. So about not needing my javelins, their contribution would have actually been pretty useful here. Come on, kill them all. Don't let them run. Whew, my poor decimated legions, man. The Uras. All three of them left alive. Alright, well, yeah, these walls, I do need them, but they are being reduced to paper mache each fight. There we go. Don't tell me I'm still exporting that oil. I certainly am. No more exports of oil until Toga Boy can get his loads of oil, please. Patricians are back. The Patricians might be steady. We've got the furniture, we got the oil, we got the wine, we got the pottery. Thank goodness for that. Did I say thank goodness? I meant thank me. I think some governors would have thrown in the towel after that attack. These ones are still in dire need of pottery. It is just going to take a while for the pottery to permeate throughout the markets. Permeate. Probably a real word. These guys don't want to merge, but I can fix that. I will force them into destitution so that they're all small tents. And then they'll be forced to merge. And then I'll give them water. And they all merge together and evolve together as one. What was that? Whatever was this? A small statue. Okay, well, irrelevant. We barely have any time, but we are going to send Toga Boy off his goods there. We'll re-enable the export of oil. And believe me, it is important to keep exporting the oil and wine. Otherwise, this warehouse will clog up. Is it important? Couldn't I just have a separate warehouse? Are you necessary? This gladiator school gives them what they need for both of them, and I have a lion house over here which will go this way. You know what? You're gone. You're old news. This is going to be the oil home. This is going to be the wine home. We will still export, actually, but export over a very large number. And what we'll do is we'll balance this out a little bit. Because Toga Boy seems to really want my everything these days. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And workshop for wine. 1, 2, 3, 4. You will accept oil. And you will accept wine. There we go. I hope you can get labor access. It's a little bit of a long walk to get to here. Oh, you're struggling, which is a bad sign. You're struggling, which is a bad... There, you're struggling. You're all bloody struggling. If you just periodically get your employment, that's fine as well. It's not a high-pressure area. Man, I love Caesar 3, says Blue Days 97. I hope people keep making Jake maps. Not only are people continuing to make maps, and it's not just for me, they go online onto the Caesar 3 Haven, a site from last millennium, and everybody has access to them. Baron sometimes plays them. The Blobber plays them. On stream, I mean. I don't know who plays them in their spare time. Sometimes Troglu and Bruegel, Whisperwind and them. But not only are we still getting those maps, they are creating a bit of a backlog. I have a bunch of maps that I'm still waiting to play. I was actually going to play a different map today until Palmar said, ooh, what about this other map? Because he wanted some more testing time with the latest one. Which maybe we can have a preview before the end of this stream. Whew. You know what? You deserve the link to what I'm talking about, right? This is an ancient website. And it houses uploaded custom scenarios from Caesar 3 from the last millennium. You know, back when games just released with custom map stuff. They could do that. It wasn't lost technology. Good freaking times. I am contemplating road access here. And I'm no longer contemplating it, I'm doing it. I bought Time Splitters 2 for the PlayStation 2, and that, on the PS2, came with a make-your-own-map thing. Unthinkable. But yeah, it's just lost technology. Don't look at the peace score either. Yeah, let's not talk about that, right? We've got time, though. Peace will grow by like 4 per year. And I've got over a decade. The prosperity should grow by 8 or 9 per year. We got time. Provided we don't get mulched in another attack. The Uras and the Aftish still need to be pieced back together like Humpty Dumpty. But we're getting there. And the money is flowing in. As long as I'm making money, prosperity will grow up to the cap. And the cap should be 100. Or near enough 100. Oh, but there are more enemies on the way. Ugh, the enemies are already just about here. Okay, fair enough. I will cope with the situation. Toga, I didn't expect that, but Toga wants his fruits. Fortunately, that shouldn't be difficult to deliver, given the setup that I just made here. Grab a fruchty farm. That was a weird Swedish meme when I was in there. Fruchty. Calling somebody fruchty was apparently hilarious cutting-edge Swedish humor. Did not understand, never will. I need some Swedish introspection. Could I please get some?
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt.
Och jobba.
Som det här.
Och jobba.
Det här husen betalar verkligen
så lite skatt
att det är slöseri med min tid.
So Ninjin was streaming his recording for that, and the amount of time he was working on his intonation of så lite skatt. Oh, så lite skatt. It was brilliant. Ninjin's such a great guy. With brains to match. Also for the ladies out here, he's like 7 foot tall, and also married, but I'm told that's a good thing. I'm really happy to have nailed that damn annoying Stockholm accent. Oh, that's less of a laughing matter. Inflation continues to rise up. Kind of slowly on this map, though. Bizarrely slowly. But it's seeded, so you don't know how it's going to go. He's at least 8 feet. He grows taller every time you mention it. Maybe if we measure by his nose. Not good access to employees for my fruit farms. Toga Boy gave me a reasonable amount of time to get his fruits, though. There we go. Have me even more fruits just to be sure that we get it in time. And the demographics probably look horrible. Oh, God, yeah. In 10 years, once all these people end up dying, we're going to have nothing to replace them with. This was the baby boom we had at the end of the attack. And then it just dried up. Making this city immortal would be a lot of different kinds of pain. False says, Fishy, nobody needs Swedish introspection. Would you prefer some Brazilian introspection?
This city.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas. Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
What the hell is he saying? I'm pretty sure he's not saying what the script has. Then again, who would ever trust a BR? Right, so the only reasonable thing I think that can destroy this city now, as it was a decade ago, is, yeah, this. A horrifying attack in the very wrong location. This is, like, the best place I can be attacked. Far away, behind a billion walls. Should be reasonably enough time to get my army over there and responding to it. Let's hope that is the case. I am still a little worried about surprise attacks. I'm so worried that I might leave one of my armies behind there. So that if there is an attack, I can just immediately go crunch. And if nothing else, I can stall them. So yeah, let's hope that this is enough of an army to defeat the Helvetii. You want them stacked on top of each other for maximum effectiveness. And I don't know how it works with having them look at the army, but do what you can there as well. The others are moving in, right? Those tissue paper walls are going to have to hold. Well, they're on their way, so go and tickle them with javelins. Was not the intention. Still not the intention. Alright, you're gonna have to do some masterful evasive maneuver here, lads. That's not it. Okay, here's what it is. Napravut ura. Splendid. And fall back. Alright, some may have died, but that was a risk we were willing to take. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 survived out of 16. Not bad. Other attack is on my doorstep. I didn't expect this to be such a militarily ball-busting mission here. And again, I've got no towers. I keep running out of workers because of the demographic shift. Which is another unpleasant thing going on in this map. Not much for it. I've got to get these walls back. Good thing we have plenty of money to replace these dead walls with. Because we have Oyoba and scat something or other. There we go, just wall to the maximum. Yeah, I hope... okay, right, we got the fruits for Toadboy at least. There we go, take them. He might ask for fruits again, so maybe I'll just fill up that warehouse and then cut off fruit supply. The wine is fine. The oil is good. The furniture's great. The pottery's great. Okay, good. The booze up in the barn are fine. So if they can just get back to their forts in time, I can respond to this. What I could have done is not used legionnaires and instead used horses. The horses would be able to run across the map fast enough. But the horses are garbage in combat. Complete trash. The Helvetii would slice them down in no time. The Helvetii with their giant axes are not to be underestimated. Which is funny, because they appear in the final peaceful mission of Massilia, and they usually catch the player unaware. I know that because it caught me unaware You think, oh, la-di-da, final peaceful map. Then the Helvetii arrive with their giant choppers and you're just deed. Is this Caesar 3 Augustus? No, this is Julius. I don't play Augustus. I think it's a very impressive piece of work, but it's not for me. Changes too much. I'm too stuck in my old ways, and I like oldie Caesar 3. It was not from there. It's actually in the worst place. I do have an army to respond, but I don't know how big this attack is. Alright, Uras and such. What if we get another surprise attack down here, though? I'm very, very scared of committing my entire army to any one direction after the surprise attacks we've had. This could end me, because it can just come in and crush me. I forgot all about this invasion point. Why are you not moving out? How many attacks are possible in total? 20 in total. I'm getting dangerously close to my walls. Fortunately, the heavy infantry here can arrive here faster than all the way over there, so provided I can just keep the enemy at bay. I think I have to just use my javelins as ablative armor here. Don't like how they're kind of coming through this side. March down a touch. Oh, didn't see that coming. I think I have to let them through a bit, otherwise they're going to engage me in unfavorable conditions. Come and have a go, you mountain Germans! Oh, there's no shortage of them! Alright, I can see our prefects joining in the fray. Although I can't quite click on him. Yeah, when clicking on a location, army has priority. So I can't see what our prefect has to say. Mr. Nikiter. That's a name from aeons ago. Yeah, the inflation's really hitting in hard and fast now. Was that an increase in 4? Yeah, it was. I'm still mega taxing, and my people are still happy with me. They love me. They'll love me even more if I hold a little festival to... no. Mercury. Stop them. Do not let them destroy anything. That peace rating is paramount. Phew, okay, if I can just have about a year and a half to get my army stitched back together, although there's another attack on the way, then all will be acceptable. All will be as the Phoenix. It did surprise me a little bit that they came up the stairs, but I suppose they chipped through here. This was a walkable tile. I don't want to block it off, but I'm blocking it off. That kind of flank is dangerous. This map would have had a lot of Uras. Yeah, I got rid of Ura. I think it's a good line. I'm just tired of hearing it. When I play RTSs, I really don't like it when you click on unit and tell them to move, and they're always like, "What'll it be, General? I'm going there." "Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir." And even worse if they have long, spiely lines. The worst for it that I can think of is they are billions, especially those scouts. They always have something smarmy to tell you. You're always telling them to move around. It's like, "Oh, if you say so. Oh, I guess I'll do that, Commander." Sick of hearing it in RTS games. Then again, RTS games suck, so who plays them? You are going to pay me, right? Do you pay upkeep in They Are Billions? You don't, do you? I don't know, it's been too long. I was severely turned off of that game. What about Stronghold voice lines? Over hill and dale. Yeah, those annoy me as well, but to a lesser degree. This armor's heavy. Keep that unemployment rate at a comfortable level. I'm just very happy that I built a stable patrician block. What is this, though? Why are you not... Okay, the problem is my traders keep taking this. And I'd really rather they didn't. I don't know why traders are taking from my getting warehouses, but I think the answer here is to stop exporting oil and wine. Doesn't make much money anyway, and I far eclipse it with tax. So it's just better to make sure that this is rock solid. There's oil and wine, there's oil and wine, there's oil and wine, there's oil and wine, there is oil and wine, there is... oil and wine. So the markets and the houses are stable. And if you can get to a point where you can get by without exports, just don't bother exporting.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell.
I wanted to take and boost the audio level on Brelix and Lucky's voice lines, but then I remembered this game has weird encoding for its audio, and if you mess it up, they shriek at you in white noise. And since I couldn't remember how to do that, I let it be. I think for next map, I'll try to remember to do that, though. Ninjan would recall more than me, because his brain is capable of retaining knowledge better than mine. Would we be able to tell the difference between shrieking white noise and Brelix? Poor Brelix. Alright, Toga Boy still needs to make a few more demands of me, or else I'm never going to reach favor 95. The peace rating is repairing, the prosperity is repairing. I can speed up a bit. Yeah, the shrieking was done on the Wales map. Funny that Wales is one of the very few maps that I failed. Somebody went back and said that over the past 6 years I'd failed only 3 maps. But I do fail Caesar 3 maps from time to time. That was another 4 boost. Ooh. Might as well just max out wages so I don't need to bother remembering it again. We still comfortably make money hand over fist. Quite happy to see that we vastly overproduce pottery. I did fail Nibelungen, but the thing is I did eventually beat Nibelungen. It's, I think it's the hardest reasonable map I've ever played. Actually, no, there's nothing reasonable about Nibelungen. If you don't pre-stack the invasions, you just die. All the good building land is up right by the invasion points. So, oh, hello, I said this was stable. Does that look stable to you? That was almost certainly a market fluctuation. Unfortunate, but not much I can do about that. There's the final raise in salary, right? Yeah, there we go. Well, we preempted that. It's not a food issue, is it? These people aren't getting the fruits. It's not unthinkable that it's a production issue of food. I mean, how many of these people do we have? I think I might need one more farm because I added one extra Patrician here. Is that really true? The markets aren't having trouble filling up with food, so actually I think I'm barking up the wrong tree here. I can run the numbers, of course. I have 13 times 90 people. 13 times 90. So I got 1,170 people here. Divided by 2, that's 585. Divided by 320. Yeah, two wheat farms. So it's not a food issue. Yeah. Ah, that's quite fortuitous. I have tons of furniture. You can have it, Toga Boy. I hope that's worth a good amount of favor with you. Surprising, Jake, you put your mansion in one of the least desirable parts of the map. How unlike you. What? What do you mean? I have got all the wine I could ever want at my fingertips. What exactly is undesirable about living right here? I've also got people here to immediately entertain me. Seems pretty good to me. And the army has to march through here, so I know I'm going to be safe. Yeah, no neighbors either. Feels good. The fact that Palmar is telling me to save fills me with concern. Enemies are at the door. I already keep an army here just in case I get bum rushed. But let's see what happens. There's also a random rock at the entrance. Just no winning, is there? Gazing out my windows, laughing at plebes working all day. I'd like to do that in Hungary, but Hungarians don't work. What's that Hungarian proverb? If you see someone relaxing, help them. Most of my army got unravaged. But not all of it. Aftish's finest are still lacking a few. I'm going to see if I can hold out a little bit. 14. If he just gets 2 more, then we'll be at full strength for this attack. I mean, I was walking by Balaton the other year, and well, I do it more than that often, but this particular time, there was a dude just sitting out in the open drinking down Palinka, which is local version of moonshine, and he just flags me down and says, "Ah, come on, drink with me." And drink we did. I worry as usual about this. Why is it always so fierce? The Helvetii are on the war march again. I'm gonna need everybody on point here. Get those pointy sticks flowing. Alright, we plugged that gap just in time, but my god, there are a lot of them. Oh yeah, they just pass right through, because only 4 can engage at once. I feel sorry for anybody on the front line of my units here. Alright, there we go. Anyone that's injured? Uraz, return to fort so you can be replenished during the downtime. Death to the Swiss. Alright, actually we watched each other's backs quite nicely though. The Barons were the only ones to take significant losses there. Help them to an early grave, will you? The game will always tell me I lack a working dock. Oh, never mind. They've already sawed it off. Baron. Yeah, the need to clog this with walls is unreal. I would love to have some tower formations shooting down at them, but nope. Towers would be particularly effective against the Helvetii because they hit so bloody hard. You want to take them out for free before they even engage your units. But no, Palmar decided that that would be Babby mode. Good map, by the way. This has been pretty thrilling. Been some difficult things to solve on this map, that's for sure. This building, every single time, has merged down instead of up. One of these days I'm going to sit down... Oh no, why? Why does this happen? Furnisher. I am failing to be the furnisher of war. I think that's largely because you are not getting the furniture, because it's a little bit too far away as the crow flies. That gets furniture. Doesn't get pottery, but pottery's less of a concern. I have an idea about that one. Gonna move that temple to Mars over here and see if that helps. Because that should mean that I have another furniture walker that goes around this way. Of course, it doesn't take long for a market lady to come by and give them all the furniture that they need. There we go. But it still does take a little bit. Thank you. If I have that devolution hit me at the end of a year, that will murder my prosperity. So let's hope that moving the market over here has helped, or will help. They're going to struggle on food for a while, though. Achwil. Maybe the more sensible thing to do would be to cut down on 1 or 2 patricians whilst it stabilizes. Yeah, actually, I'm game for that. Might seem cruel and unusual, but if I do this, then they will stabilize the region a bit better. Although the food remains a concern, huh? I think I see where the food concern happens. These guys end up wandering all the way down here. And then it takes them a while before they start filling up their own local granary. This is why you don't like to connect faraway areas of food. And now you're going to fill that back up. Prosperity rating of mine's going through a bit of suffering. Get there. I know you hate living by a school, but too bloody bad. And no, I'm not going to use my triumphal arch on this. This was stable for so long, and now I'm having horrible times with it. It's kind of funny, but also kind of sad. Yeah, they keep having hard times with the markets. Market lady's just not wandering around anymore the way I wanted them to. Nothing changed with it, right? No, we don't have unemployment issues. Well, whatever. Don't worry, be happy. What I could actually do is have this be a getting wheat warehouse, and then it'll get wheat from here, which I suspect gets overproduced. And I can turn I suspect into I make sure that it gets overproduced. Dum da da dum dum dum. There we go. There's no production like overproduction. Gosh, that's moved a lot of things out of whack. I'm running out of time for this map. One really bad year for devolution around here. My prosperity tanks and I can no longer win. Enemies are not quite at the door, but they're arriving. Soon you're going to hear toot-toot-toot-toot. Okay, well, no, never mind. We'll get an immediate attack right here. This is exactly what I put these legions here for. I'm glad it's going to vindicate me. Die! We're not having this nonsense again. So Palmar's a monster. He gives these guys attack orders, which is why that guy just legged it out and immediately sprinted. He wanted to destroy something in my city. But we're just going to mince them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Did not trust this invasion point one bit. Life is better now. Would still love having more fruit over here. And the fruit finds a way to struggle. I mean, overall, the fruit production is fine. It's taking a while to back up after the massive instability that we had earlier. Is this the cutoff for not getting pottery? Pottery is not such a bad thing because houses stock 8 units of pottery instead of 4 units of other things. There we go. This guy evolved to eating one of his neighbors and therefore ate their pottery, but That notwithstanding, it's fine. Gonna have you here, just so I've got another Patrician at the ready, just to bump up that prosperity a bit. Prosperity's sitting pretty at 78. Don't worry about the population goal, we have a way of dealing with that. We're gonna use the food over here for it. Although if I'm gonna be using it, I should use it soon. I don't need a lot of people, right? I need about 1,350 or so. Maybe fewer, depending on how many people still need to move in. Dun, 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 dun. And do it like this, then. The market seems to be working good job, and then when I need the final push, I can get rid of this market. These will both evolve, and all will be well. Have you played Empire: Rise of the Middle Kingdom? Yes, I have. Didn't like it so much. Didn't like the theming, and I hated Feng Shui. And I didn't like the fact that you always had to micro the gods.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Good. I'm doing a good job staying on top of Caesar's demands because I set up all this superfluous stuff. I love the game, building a... Okay, monuments I hate in city builders. I do not enjoy monuments at all. They don't feel very fulfilling because it's less about something that you want to do and more about something that the game just has. That's a pretty poor way of explaining it, but you know, I designed this. I made this happen. This all happened in my head. A monument is just bleh, put it down and then, oh, okay, it's there. It takes a bit of time to build, but there's not really much creativity to it. It's kind of like these buildings. I don't feel good about putting this down. I just put it down because Why did I put it down? Someone goaded me into doing it. But designing this and making this work, that fulfills me. I liked building the huge temples in Zeus and Poseidon, even though they're technically monuments as Delarian. A well-built city itself is the monument. Yes, Flinsby. That sums it up far better than I could. No English goodie. There we go, we're stacking up on wheat very nicely. I'm happy to see that. And although it'll take a while for fruit to comfortably back up, it is backing up.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Yes, we do. Prosperity's nearly there, peace is nearly there, favor's nearly there, and the population I need less than I thought. So eventually we're just going to torch this and build our final population there, and we're done. So let's speed up and hope that the Helvetii don't have something nasty for me. And enjoy my rock stable. Oh, hello, that's not rock stable. The demographics got absolutely curb-stomped by Palmar's surprise attack. This is worrisome. So the people that retire at 50 get replaced by the people who suddenly turn 20. There seem to be nobody aged like 14, 15, 18, 19. So we've got some empty years, which means we're going to have entire years where we just collapse in terms of demographics. It's grim, but I will survive. This map's a bit lackluster. The Patrician block is just a loop. I love it when Jake crams Patrician block into some horrible terrain and has some cliff services and weird markets. Well, you're not wrong there, but this is the best place I could see to put Patricians on this map. I was planning on putting plebeians here, but I was able to just keep these plebeians, so I didn't see a reason to get rid of them. Still, not every map can be like that. I would get exhausted if every single map I had to bend over backwards to put my everybody in awkward places. Get rid of that, it's getting in the way. Do I trust this not to be surprise attacked again? At this point, we might have even had 20 attacks. I will trust Palmar not to shank me in the arse. And I'll dedicate my entire troops to defeating the Helvetii. Don't betray my trust, Palmar. I quite like my arse. We've been through so much together. Are they the Helvetii? Because they got the Hellblessed. Certainly feels like it. They've almost broken through again. My army arrives once again in the absolute nicky of time. Hold that thought. Don't you dare. These guys are going to get absolutely destroyed, but I needed to stop them from attacking my industry. Not that the industry is of vital importance, but whenever you lose buildings, your peace rating gets rather malnourished. Helvetii are so strong. Helvetii, Goths, and Celts, the holy trinity of really strong enemies in this game. Actually, what's the 4 version of Trinity? The Quadinity or something? Because you should really add local barbarians to that. Local barbarians are so fast, and speed itself is extremely concerning. They can just diamond up and punch their way through even your finest units. The quartet, okay. Quartet sounds a bit musical. Alright, I'm surprised I didn't get surprise attacked in the rear, but I didn't, so I'm happy. Money is flowing into the treasury. The Aftish's finest got a little bit chopped down to size due to my Operation Get Behind the Javies. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me. There's no need to do anything awkward here, is there? I've got a lot of space. If I just tore down the industry, and I have little reason not to, because we've got loads of goods backed up. Although if Togaboy demands these goods, then it's a different story altogether. What I can do is instead set this up for my people. I love looking after my people. I'd like to reserve a table for 8 people. Let me think. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Freaking Palmar pebble in the way as usual. Gotta be a little careful about putting my wheat farms right next to the incredibly dangerous death zone. So we're going to build a little bit further back than I'd otherwise like to. I'm going to fill this granary with grain. It's almost like that's what the name's all about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one more. Shove the prefect over here. Shove the revengineer over here. And then I'll start building houses in January, because January is when the game recalculates your prosperity cap. What's with the well? Our only source of water is here, and at the start of the game I was using this area for a dock. So previously, there we go, there are still remnants of wells because I was well watering everybody. And I'm just keeping them around for posterity. Posterity, not prosperity. Let's not make that mistake. Because young Jake did. I learned the word prosperity from this game, but then I kept hearing the word posterity and thought it meant the same thing. But you know, young Jake was a child and therefore a moron. Alright, there we go. January's here. We've hit the prosperity rating. Good. We have unfortunately also hit the loads of unemployment. Not good. I'm just going to drop taxes in recognition of people not being happy about that. And how many people do we need? We need a little over 1,000. We're going to shove 76 into here, so About 15 should do. Maybe call it 16 or so and we're good. Which shouldn't be difficult, but we need to get it done regardless of difficulty. 1, 2, 3. Am I gonna fit? I suppose it will. 4, 5, 6, 7. This is very unattractive to live next to. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I said 15 was okay, but why am I second guessing myself? I'd like to get an extra one in here if possible. Oh, this works. There we go. Whatever number was next in the number bet. There we go. Get all these people in, get them merged, get them watered, which should be easy, given the water that I have over here. Get them services. Get them a pottery barn. Get the pottery quickly. They will not use the oil or the wine because they don't have access to furniture, so we're fine. Just realized a mistake I made. These need that. This extra bit of road stops it from despawning the further away vacant plots. Yeah, fruit in the warehouse looks so good, doesn't it? I just want to shove my head into one of those baskets and go... Which is something that I do in some of my more disgraceful days. If anybody remembers the Professor Layton extremely long stream, to prepare for that, I prepared myself a whole load of pomegranates in a big bowl. Spent ages de-seeding those pomegranates, but I love pomegranates, one of my favorite fruits. And just to keep myself sustained during that extremely lengthy Professor Layton stream, I would just go and dunk my head in the bowl of pomegranates. I've tried quite a few pomegranate-related foods. The Persians likes to cook with them, but for some reason it never turns out so good when cooked with things. If I want pomegranate, I just want to eat pomegranate. I'm eating my second orange of the day. It's not even noon yet. Oh, man. I was meant to go to the marketplace and get some fresh fruit today, but I'm sure you understand how that one went. I was in bed. I did wake up, and I did look outside, and I did go, oh, it's not even a bad day. It looks nice out there. Oh, come on. I was in the middle of an interesting dream where I was beating the crap out of somebody, so how could I wake up? It just wouldn't be right. Sleep has done so much for me. Okay, shouldn't be difficult to get everything we need for these people. The gods are largely okay. We're feeling so good. We're going to make one for Venus. That's Mars, you dingus. I'll put it next to the warehouse because this thing's already undesirable as sin. And we're going to get the rest of the things that we need, which includes a library, a bathhouse. The bathhouse should work from there. Not much else, truth be told. We're going to need an amphitheater somewhere. Actually, this works surprisingly well. The amphitheater can go here. It should get labor access. And we can get its gladiatorial stuff from over here. Is that true? Are you talking out your rear end again? That is so close to working, but the double roads will make it unpleasant. What I can do is, since this land is safe anyway, I can just go blep. People can get on through easily enough. And then, true to what I said, but the gladiators, are you ready here? You're probably not going to like being next to a gladiator school, and I'm going to tell you to do one, but I will also give you an oracle. The Oracle will barely not reach you from there. Fine, I'll put the Oracle here then. But also a... the other thing, actor colony is needed over here. The actor colony will go where this statue was. If there are devolutions, I'll deal with that. And I will drag this road over to the actor colony. We'll forgo that prefect and stick it over here. Yeah, that's fine. And that should be everything they need, barring a theatre, which I can do anywhere, really. I'll put it there. Desirability might be a bit of a stickler, but we'll deal with that. Water. 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 Oof. The water cannot quite reach you, huh? We'll make it. Ah. Buggery. Well, when in doubt, just shove another one of these down. It's not like we're short on them. There you go. How's the overall city health, by the way? It's good. In fact, it's too good. We should lower it a bit. I almost forgot. These people will need market access. Market, market, market. I don't like this road anymore, and now there's no real way to get in here anymore. And that's your fault, so I'm just going to migrate you and everything will be fine. Very good. Now hopefully these people evolve at least up to Casa, but preferably small insulae before the turn of the year, otherwise my prosperity is going to take a kneecapping. And then it's just a little bit of peace, a little bit of favor, and we're done. I wasn't always this sleepy, but it just feels like in the past year. You know, I lay there in bed and I think, man, getting up is an idea, but I think I have a better idea, and then I fall asleep. Right, so this housing here was not particularly pleased, but what I can do is I can give it a stealthy bit of plaza right there, and then boom. 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 Never had any doubt. Oh, but actually these guys got rather rafted, so give them the triple plaza formation. You know, Palmar, when you ask for more than 32 of something, you necessitate a second warehouse for no reason other than just getting this fulfilled. Fortunately for me, I have a second warehouse right here, and it might be intentional to put pressure on you to have space for another warehouse inside your industrial district, but I'm not going to think any more about it. I'm just going to send Togaboy his weapons and disable that. No working dock again. The no working dock messages will stop when I have 1,000 messages in my scribal list, and not a moment before that. I am worried how close this is to the fighting point. Good thing there are no fights on their way, except for this fight that's on its way. I need to win before that becomes a problem. I also need to evolve these people before we have other problems. Sadly, it's extremely undesirable here. Fortunately, I'm a master of dealing with that. Not even joking on that one. You have no idea the cool cities I've built in awkward places. Actually, you know exactly about them, don't you? Oracle here is not without risk. But we do it anyway. I miss gardens. Especially on a desert map, I quite like having gardens for my people. Because everything just looks so dry and dusty on this. The librarian is doing me a solid not going anywhere that I need them to go. Very nice of them. That is accessible, right? Yeah, I think they just prefer going that way. Come on, librarian, don't you do this to me. feel the librarians had plenty of time to not let me down. I'm going to stick another librarian over here. Doesn't block the road to Rome. Traders can always go out this way. Oh, okay, no, the librarian does want to come this way. Okay, solve the second one then. And this is giving me more unemployment, so let's just preemptively have people work pumping air through my fountains. And then the reasonable thing to do is to omega tax people, just so they don't get any wrong ideas about what they are and are not entitled to. I'm a little... Oh, I just noticed the problem here. That diagonally adjacent bit of road was stopping the actor colony from functioning. Nothing I can't handle, though. I was thinking there was no reason that these guys should be stuck on large casa unless this wasn't getting its gladiators or actors, and the answer was actors. I have another grave concern. The religious facility is not actually coming down here, and I do need it to. Fortunately, I have just enough room to eke in another temple. This time, who do we prefer? Ceres, Neptune, or Mercury? Ceres has been very understated the whole game. She even gave me that blessing that I didn't deserve, because I forgot to turn back on Vengeful. I need to do that every session. I need to remember that, because I keep forgetting. Part of the new patch that we have. I'm amazed that that house at the stairs gets all it needs. You mean this house? It's the only real concern this house might have is desirability, because it's not elevated. It gets a -10 in desirability compared to its brethren. But it does get all it needs because it is within 2 tiles of this, and more importantly, this piece of road. Which means everything that walks on this tile will give its goods over here. So because there's the theatre and amphitheatre, it gets all the entertainment. It's right next to tax place, so it gets taxed to the hilt. It's right next to the prefect, so it gets fire safety. And all it takes is the religious person to walk up there, the librarian to walk up there. The most crazy thing is that it gets access to the bathhouse. The bath lady barely makes it over there, but she makes it. What do you say for yourself?
Things seem to be working well here.
Damn right they are. I think it was Miss Morrigan that did the voice for the bathhouse lady. Her voice lines are very quiet, though. I'd need to boost those up if I bring them back in. And she hates hearing her own voice, so she doesn't want them in there. You should never tell me what you don't want, though, because you better believe that is exactly what I end up wanting to do. This librarian is awful. They're not even going over here. I'm going to do something unthinkable and replace them with school. Because, yeah, the librarian just didn't go that far. The school is very chaotic, but it might be chaotic enough to work. Let's see. Why do you need to turn it on for every session? This isn't folding in your version of it, Ninja. It's folding in Fire's version. Ugh, the school kids also don't go that way. This is solvable, as all problems are. If I put a school here, it's so going to get torn down by invaders, but let's put it in anyway. Well, Ninja would have gladly gotten your stuff sourced, but I didn't see a GitHub page for it. There we go. Go, kids, go.
The city seems all right.
I bend over backwards to the city and you tell me it's all right. My prosperity took a nosedive there, but I believe a big part of that was because these aren't large villas. I'm going to destroy this. These will merge, well, they'll not merge, but they'll grow, and then that should bring me up to prosperity 90. It better. Imagine if it doesn't. I need to ask myself, do I have any crappy tent labor access? I do have some hovels, which maybe I shouldn't be too proud of. And I should do what I can to bring them up places. Once you get that, that should bring you most of the way to where you need to go. I'll give you a bathhouse as well. I'm not unreasonable. Yeah, there is a small tent here that costs me quite a bit. I will delete it at the turn of the year, because the small tent is very heavily punitive. I don't need so much military everything, so I can replace that with education. You just hate where you live, and I don't blame you for it. I'm going to get rid of your pottery barn and replace it with an oracle. And these might become casa level. In fact, let's be very, very nice to our people. There you go. There's no helping this guy. He's just so incredibly undesirable where he lives. What I could do is migrate you over here. Do you think this will merge? Oh, it never wouldn't. All right, there we go. I'll do this then. Hello, Nikki.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
Remember, Nikki is spelt with a K. Well, 2 Ks actually. So many people calling Nicky without his first K. Who do you think he is? Somehow Nicky dissolved into just being 5 people when he was 20 people living here, but Nicky works in mysterious ways. I'm a little worried about deleting this in case there's a mass devolution, but we'll cross that bridge and all that. I still hate living next to that reservoir. I can marginally increase their desirability right there. Ho, 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 ho. That's really good. You know, smashing actual insulae into these is not easy, but I'm making it look easy, because it's really easy. There you go. This is another savagely horrible place to live. But I can shove a market here, and the market might walk over there and give them what they need. How are they getting market access currently, anyway? Guess the market ladies just love walking up and down and around here. Fine by me. Ah, more battles on their way. Palmar's going to take one last stab at me to try and kill me. As it stands, if I get the prosperity to 90 at the turn of the year, I win. Because I can gift Caesar for favor, and I can definitely get the peace at the turn of the year. And the population should be fine coming in here. Just to make sure everything is incredibly fine. I've already made tons of money. I'm going to drop taxes just in case. The city here has the same idea. They just use expensive, low-density residential and get the poor out. The same idea? Okay, sure. Alright, unfortunately it's a bit of a walk to get over here. And there's a lot of space for new workers. But they'll come on in and all will be well. Should have a bit of confidence in myself here. A bit of confidence. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What do you think of my city? Upper echelon of society?
Salutations! This city is quite well run. Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
What accent is that? It's nobody I've known from the Isles. Whew. Well, it was tough, Palmar. You certainly kicked me in the teeth. But I kick back, boy. There we go. There we go. As long as there's no devolutions at the turn of the year here, this should be rock solid. And it's more large villas than I had originally planned for, so my prosperity cap should be even higher than 90. God knows what it actually is. Sounds like an Aussie trying to sound like a Brit. That can't be a real thing. I better just double check that everything is good housing level here. Oh, that is nice. I know some people hate it that I use lots of small insulae, but they are the only S-tier building in my eyes. Right, prosperity 90. 91. All right, we're done here. Ka-chunk. There's a slight issue of favor, but to that I say, bring it on, Toga boy. I'm Caesar now. I don't know if you'll just tell me that I need to send him a a shipment of anything, but I'm ready for anything he could possibly ask for. I mean, he could ask me for fish, and then I just lose because I have no way of giving him fish. And we're there. Whew. That was a good run, Palmar. And whilst I might have sounded extremely annoyed at the quadruple attack while my army was away, it was a really nice, fun probing of my defences. And it probed my ability to rebuild a half-leveled city, but I was able to turn the favela into something beautiful. My regrets are largely about this area. If I was building for beauty, I definitely would want to fill this up with something. And in fact, to make things more interesting, you could kind of move the patricians over here so that you have some patricians on the high ground and some on the low ground here. That would also open up more area for farming. But I'm here to win. And win we have done. We got a spare, almost decade spare. Get off my back, Toga boy. Damn right, GG's Roseanne 2K, for once again I've proven myself to be one of Rome's finest governors. I used to know how to edit the text files in this game, and I've been meaning to change this to remove this one of part. I am Rome's finest governor, and there is no false modesty here. Not a single person can do what I do with Caesar 3. There are people out there that can make better cities. There's Bruegel, there's Whisperwind, there's Troglu. None of them can do it live. And if they can, I want to see it, because I would love to see it. But until that day, I am literally, undeniably, the best at this game. Get me out of here. Let's look at that city again. So nice to see. It worked out. This definitely had challenges. Early on, that economy, there was so much to export, but I really messed up early on. I severely underestimated just how much I should be exporting. If I had gone ham and I'd actually shipped out all the oil, all the furniture, all the pottery before prices had collapsed, and I'd gone really mental on maybe not even getting food, or maybe exploiting this area. Yeah, that's probably what I should have done. I should have been more confident in making this a long-term pleb area and used this for industry, knowing that I would tear it down for patricians later. But yeah, I should have extracted every single bit of vine and olive that I could, mulched it here, and then shipped it off. And then I would have had 10, 15, maybe even 20,000 more denarii in my pocket to do the big build. Because as it was, I had to go very heavily into debt and turbo-tax my way out to make patrician block, plebeian block and patrician block. Was good though. Pretty damn good. Excellent map, Palmar. Had great fun with this one. The military challenge was surprisingly high, but I'm sure you knew that. That's why you put in the Helvetii. But maybe we should look at what's coming on our next map. What was it called again? Actually, what was it called? Something about a river. Is it Palmar River? Palmar River Rapids. This is where we're heading to next. I'm not going to read out Caesar's spiel for it. I wouldn't want to steal the thunder of the day, but we can appreciate what's going on here. One of my favorite tricks is to build very close to the entry point so that I can get lots of immigrants in fast. It seems like Palmar is saying absolute nie to that. And there's this long stretch of simply not being able to build. And then when you're done, you get very little land to build. And the Palmar pebbles are for all to see here. At least they're a lot more visible on the northern map. Speaking of northern, that means we can't grow wheat at rapid speed. We can't grow wheat at all. Oh, that's very unpleasant. We have to put even more people on this map than we put the last one. And there is precious little in the way of area for putting down a lot of people. Everything is grim, elevated land, good for desirability, bad for building. It'll be a hamlet, not a city. It'll be tough. They've already built some bridges for me, but that means I don't trust this at all. What are the odds that Palmar set an earthquake? right here, making this unusable and forcing me to build something ridiculous. I would say about 1 in 1 are the odds of that. And of course, there's no easy bridging to be had over here. The Palmar pebbles are all over the place. What am I even meant to do with this? The things that I have available locally are quite vast. And people seem like they'll buy my timber, buy my veggies. Excuse me? That's more like it. Buy my weapons, buy my furniture. I have not investigated this one deeply. What is it Caesar says? I have not reviewed all the details of this assignment. This is why I hire governors. Well, unfortunately, that's something I will simply do, but I'll do it later on. Anyway, if this whets your appetite, I'll be back with this map probably next week or the week after. But as for me, until I'm back with the weekly one-shot of poking all the toads, it is a big cheers, especially to Palmar, and a cheerio.